Chapter 545. The fluctuation in the stony square shook the entire Kanwa city. Many cultivators and living beings looked over in shock. Many people even trembled uncontrollably. They were shocked by the aura fluctuation just now, and their spirits were frightened. What happened just now? Could it be that the Tao attainment ones made a move? Several ancient existences of the imperishable orthodoxies appeared in the sky with solemn expressions. They looked in the direction of the stony square with fear. In today's upper realm, the Tao attainment ones were gradually recovering. However, their identities were all ancestor-level figures of various clans. They represented completely different meanings. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not make a move. Now, they actually felt the fluctuation of the Tao attainment ones. Did that not mean that there were Tao attainment ones there, or that they were fighting? This made their expressions very solemn, and they had a bad premonition. The Ji clan had not attacked Mount Kuan yet. Could it be that a terrifying battle would break out in Kanwa City first? The situation was extremely urgent. Thinking of this, the ancient existences of various clans did not dare to delay. Their figures flashed, and they stepped in the direction of the stony square. In the stony square, there was a dead silence. Everyone was trembling in fear. Even many of the sect masters felt their hearts tremble. They were frightened by Gu Changa's powerful means. As expected, Gu Xian is his reverse scale. She can't be touched. The heavenly phoenix maiden looked at Gu Xian with a complicated gaze. She had seen Gu Changa stand up for Gu Xian many times. It was also the same when they were in the Taishu divine tomb. At that time, even the princess of the Taishu divine clan was almost killed by Gu Changa. If it were not for the substitute puppet, she would have died long ago. Gu Xian knew that Gu Changa would definitely stand up for her. However, she did not expect Gu Changa to be so strong and merciless. He almost killed Nshi here. She looked at Nshi, who was very proud and arrogant just now, and her miserable appearance was covered in blood. She felt a little relieved. This is that page. Let's see if it dares to escape now. Gu Changa's black robes fluttered in the wind. The numerous star beast diagrams on his robes seemed to have come to life at this moment, manifesting a divine might in the void. It was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe, and their skin almost cracked open. He glanced at Niu Tian, and then raised his hand to grab Niu Tian. Niu Tian's expression changed, and his complexion suddenly became pale. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he seemed to be imprisoned in place. Even his blood and spirit were frozen. In Niu Tian's hand, he was still holding that dark, golden page. The hidden immortal characters were shining brightly, and there was a dazzling brilliance that filled the air and intertwined. Boom! At this moment, it also felt a kind of pressure and began to awaken on its own, breaking free from Niu Tian's grasp. Then, thousands of sword qi burst forth like a black sun, blinding and dazzling as they slashed towards Gu Changa. Everyone in the stone gathering square changed their expressions. Even the hierarch of the great sects couldn't help but feel frightened and couldn't help but resist. Whoosh! In a trance, a black river appeared. There were ghosts and bones floating on it, and hundreds of millions of creatures were buried in it. These thousands of sword qi evolved together with the terrifying power of burial, resisting Gu Changa. However, as Gu Changa stretched out his palm, it seemed that there were stars in the sky condensing in his palm, and the entire universe was evolved in it. Boom! He pressed his palm forward as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing, and the sky was turning into ashes. All the sword qi was collapsing, and all the order was turning into dust. The void was blurred. The dark golden page sensed that something was wrong. It was no match for Gu Changa, so it turned into a golden divine light and tried to escape. You want to escape? Gu Changa's expression didn't change. His palm continued to fall, and the surrounding void was stagnant, collapsing into a terrifying rift valley. Even the hierarch of the great sects felt his heart palpitate, and he couldn't break free. Buzz! A dazzling brilliance burst out from the dark golden page, trying to resist the palm. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, it couldn't do anything even if it had spiritual intelligence. In the end, it couldn't escape. It let out an unwilling cry and was caught by Gu Changa. Everyone watched this scene and kept quiet out of fear. The dark golden page that made everyone helpless just now couldn't escape from Gu Changa's hands. Such terrifying strength was really terrifying, and many of the young Supremes were even more speechless. Since you're not useful to me, what's the use of keeping your consciousness? Gu Changa's eyes were cold, and there was a terrifying aura intertwining in his palm. Under everyone's horrified eyes, he directly erased the consciousness in the dark golden page. Niu Tian and she and the others saw this scene, and their faces turned pale with fear. Many of the hierarchs and the older generation couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't expect Gu Changa to not even leave its consciousness. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness made many people shudder uncontrollably. Why did you erase its consciousness? Seeing this scene, Gu Xian felt a little distressed. After all, that was a supreme sword technique. If it was destroyed by Gu Changa, she would suffer a great loss. Since it didn't listen to me, what's the use of keeping it? Gu Changa gently shook his head, but he didn't intend to give the page to Gu Xian. He could see that there was indeed a supreme sword technique contained within. It wasn't that he wanted to snatch Gu Xian's things, but he was a little interested and didn't know the origin of this sword technique. Seeing Gu Changa's intention, Gu Xian puffed her cheeks, snorted, and turned her head away. Don't think of taking it for yourself. She felt that after this sword technique fell into Gu Changa's hands, he wouldn't return it to her for a while. This made her a little angry. You little girl, when did I ever snatch your things? Seeing her vigilant look as if she was guarding against a thief, Gu Changa really wanted to give her a slap on the forehead. You always want to take advantage of me. Would you be so kind? Return my things to me sooner. Gu Xian snorted softly, glared at him, and quickly dodged his hand. At this moment, several divine rainbows descended outside the stone-gathering square and landed there. The people who came looked very ancient. Their hair was white, and their figures were stooped. One of them was holding a walking stick and was watching all this with great shock. Granduncle. When she saw the people who came, the fear on her face faded, but it was still difficult to hide the grief on her face. This was an ancestor of the clan. His cultivation had reached the realm of Tao realization many years ago. During this period of time, he came out because of the invasion of 8 desolates and 10 regions. Recently, he came to Kuan-Wu City with Nshi. What the hell is going on? This Tao realization expert of the clan had a bad feeling. Especially when he saw Nshi covered in blood, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze swept across the people in the stone-gathering square. Many people looked at him with interest, without the slightest respect or fear of a Tao realization expert. Many of the forces who had conflicts with the tribe still had gloating expressions on their faces. Did you get into trouble? His expression darkened. As a smart person, even his eyelashes were hollow. When he saw Gu Changa not far away, he vaguely guessed something. Therefore, he directly asked in a stern tone. But before Nshi could answer, he cupped his hands and looked at Gu Changa. I am King and Mountain. Greetings to young Master Changa. As a Tao realization expert of the clan, his status was extremely noble. He was usually high and mighty, and everyone had to respect him. But in front of Gu Changa, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Oh, back then in 8 desolates and 10 regions have we met before? Gu Changa looked at him with interest. I didn't expect young Master Changa to recognize me. King and Mountain's expression turned solemn. Back then, in front of the Empyrean abyss, I was fortunate enough to fight side by side with young Master Changa. It was also because of this reason that he knew how terrifying Gu Changa was. And she offended him, she shouldn't think about revenge or anything. The best way was to obediently admit her mistake and ask for forgiveness. Seeing this scene, the other ancient existences who came here also seemed to be interested. They also guessed what happened just now. They didn't think it was a big deal and looked like they were watching a show. And she also knew that her granduncle couldn't do justice for her. She could only endure the grief in her heart. Her face was slightly pale, and she said, "Please forgive me, granduncle. She accidentally offended young Master Changa just now. You've already received the punishment you deserve." She was very smart. After knowing that Gu Changa wouldn't reason with her, her attitude softened. She looked guilty and self-reproachful after doing something wrong, without any resentment or anger. She begged for fresh flowers. Many cultivators who witnessed the scene from beginning to end had different expressions when they saw the scene. Many people felt that and she should have learned her lesson today. After a supreme stage old servant was casually slapped to death by Gu Changa here, she still had to obediently admit her mistake. Just now, she had walked in front of the gates of hell. However, she would only be like this in front of Gu Changa. If it was anyone else, this hatred could be said to be unresolvable. She is not sensible and has offended you in many ways. I hope young Master Changa can forgive me. After listening to Enshi's explanation, King En secretly thought that it was as expected. He secretly hated Gu Changa's domineering attitude. If the old servant hadn't saved Enshi, he was afraid that when he came over now, he would have seen Enshi's bones. However, on the surface, he still apologized with sincerity, showing enough respect. And before Gu Changa could speak, he shouted at Enshi, "Why aren't you apologizing to Miss Yanar?" And she also knew that her granduncle was giving her a way out. Otherwise, today's matter wouldn't be settled so easily. So she was decisive and knew when to give and take. She put on a guilty and self-reproachful expression, then said to Gu Xian, "It was my fault just now. I hope Miss Xian can be magnanimous and forgive me." With her identity and status, this kind of thing happened in front of so many orthodoxies in Kunwu City. It could be said that it was humiliating. Even if it was in the future, it would be difficult for her to raise her head among her peers. However, this feeling of humiliation was hidden deep in Enshi's heart. Gu Xian glanced at Enshi. Obviously, he didn't care about her apology. However, today Gu Changa had stood up for her. She wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't let go, so she couldn't be bothered to argue with Enshi. "Miss Xian, do you still want to cut this, or?" At this time, the stone cutters who were in charge of cutting the ghost blood looked at Gu Changa fearfully, then walked up and asked respectfully. When Gu Changa made his move just now, they had been watching from the side. They almost knelt down, and the fear in their hearts was deeper than anyone else's. However, the ore that Gu Xian charged to Gu Changa, worth 5 million spiritual stones, was still there and had not been cut out. Seeing this, many people realized that the most important thing today was to cut the ore. The mysterious sword technique just now was also cut out by Gu Xian for 1,500,000 spiritual stones. Today, there was still a piece of, or worth 5 million spiritual stones that had not been cut. Could it be that Miss Xian also has the inheritance of a divine origin master? Many of the old antiques who had just arrived were curious and looked at Gu Xian kindly. Of course. At this time, Gu Xian reacted and looked at the ghost blood again. In fact, she was also curious about what was inside. "I'll put the bill on your head for buying the ore. Remember to pay the bill later, and don't blame me." However, she thought of something else. She looked at the slightly pale shopkeeper of the stone-gathering square in the corner. Then her small face became serious, and she reminded Gu Changa. She looked as if she was afraid that Gu Changa would go back on his word. Hearing this, Guchanga was slightly stunned. Then he raised his eyebrows and wondered if he had heard wrongly. He looked at Gu Xian from head to toe again. Good Lord, he actually put the bill on his head for buying the ore? This guy is really arrogant. What? Gu Xian looked at Guchanga's dangerous eyes and immediately glared back. She said unhappily, "Do I look like someone who has spiritual stones?" "You dare to come here to gamble without spiritual stones? Looks like you're quite confident." Guchanga could not help but laugh. Suddenly he pinched her nose. Gu Xian slapped his hand away in disdain and said matter-of-factly, "That's why I put the bill on your head. Go ahead. You can cut whichever piece you want in this stone-gathering square. But you have to agree to one condition." Guchanga smiled and then glanced at the many primordial stones on his floor and said unhurriedly, "What condition?" Gu Xian looked at him warily. She felt that Guchanga definitely did not have good intentions and was thinking of other ways to bully her. She had to consider carefully. Ordinary. Chapter 546. Gu Xian always felt that Guchanga's gaze was malicious, especially since he always wanted to take advantage of her. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to make some excessive request of her? Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the time when they were fighting in the 8 Wastelands, 10 regions. At that time, Guchanga was injured after fighting with several Dao masters of the 8 Wastelands, 10 regions. When she went to see him, Guchanga didn't seem to do anything to her. On the contrary, she ended up hugging Guchanga and sleeping soundly. Could it be that she really wasn't attractive to him? Gu Xian, who was letting her imagination run wild, suddenly felt a little disappointed. "You have to promise me first." Guchanga lightly shook his head and reached out to knock on her smooth and delicate forehead. "Why is this melon seed head of yours always thinking of beautiful things?" "You're the one who's thinking about beautiful things." Gu Xian came back to her senses. She panicked as if her thoughts were exposed. She hurriedly glared at him and flatly denied it. But she felt that something was wrong. What did he mean by thinking about beautiful things? "I can promise you, but you can't take advantage of this opportunity to bully me," Gu Xian said vigilantly. Guchanga smiled and said, "If I want to bully you, do I need your promise?" Gu Xian was a little stunned. She felt that Guchanga was right. "Do I need your promise?" This made her a little angry. But Guchanga had obviously guessed what she was going to say. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I promise you." That's more like it." Gu Xian snorted lightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. And while the two were talking, the layers of the ghost blood origin stone began to peel off under the joint efforts of several stone-cutting masters. A faint, blood-colored mist began to spread out from within. There were even faint, red bloodstains that seeped out. It looked quite strange. This scene made everyone in the stone-gathering square a little shocked. They all stared at it, unblinking. Bleeding from cutting stones. This is not a good sign. An old man with high mastery in Genesis techniques said with a solemn expression. He took out a simple and unadorned compass. Runes began to appear on its surface, clearly deducing something. Many people recognized his identity. They were very surprised, but soon became respectful. The old man was from the Chu Lian clan, an extremely famous Genesis master clan in the Upper Realm. The dragon-subduing clan was equally as famous as the Lianzhu clan. These clans were extremely proficient in Genesis techniques, and many orthodoxies had invited members from these two clans to the Divine Stone Convention in Kunwa City. The other older generation existences also became cautious, appearing to be extremely vigilant. The Ghost Blood Plateau is an extremely strange place. The terrain is extremely high and can even cause cultivators who accidentally step into it to suffocate to death. This suffocation comes from the soul and has nothing to do with the body. Very few cultivators are able to return alive from it. This ghost blood origin stone was brought out by a supreme being. I heard that he passed away for some reason, and this stone was sold here by his descendants. It is said that a ghost immortal was born in the Ghost Blood Plateau, and there is a ghost blood lake that was formed after a heavenly ghost was killed by a supreme being. Maybe these faint red bloodstains are the lake water of that ghost blood lake. Many of the sect leaders in the surroundings had strange looks in their eyes as they speculated. Gu Xian also noticed that the big red bird at her feet had become a little uneasy. Could there be something ominous hidden in this ghost blood origin stone? She frowned slightly, her white hands pinching the corner of her clothes. Why don't you know what's in the origin stone that you chose? Noticing Gu Xian's expression, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. He thought that one of Gu Xian's masters was a divine origin master. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Gu Xian could see that these origin stones were extraordinary because of external factors. Gu Xian glanced at him and muttered softly, "How would I know what's in it? Big Red told me." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. Only then did he carefully size up the big red bird that she had always brought with her. Before this, he had never thought that this big red bird would have such talent. From its appearance, it was just an ordinary red bird. Its feathers were even mixed in many colors. A mixed red bird with a slightly bald head. It looked ugly no matter how he looked at it. It doesn't seem to be a simple red bird. It seems to be an illusion of some kind of spiritual creature. Gu Chang'e's eyes were a little strange. Strands of golden runes flashed past, like traces of the great Tao. Noticing Gu Chang'e's line of sight, the big red bird cast a sidelong glance at him. Its eyes revealed a human-like expression that said, "What's the big deal?" Boom! At this moment, the ghost blood origin stone suddenly cracked open, and the masters in charge of cutting the stone were all sent flying. A violent sound rang out from within. Then, a dazzling red light gushed out, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling and resplendent manner. Strands of red light spread out like fog, giving people a strange and ominous feeling. Everyone in the stone gathering square looked over, unable to take their eyes off it. Many sect masters even used their heavenly eyes and other techniques to see what was going on. An egg. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw the scene clearly almost immediately. A red egg the size of a wash basin was lying in the middle of the origin stone. Thousands of strands of red light intertwined on its surface, as if it was going to turn into fog. Many people even felt that the red egg was breathing, actively swallowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. An egg has been cut out. Gu Xian also saw what was inside at this moment. He was a little stunned, completely unable to understand. A strange egg had been sealed in this origin stone that had been there for countless years. Could this be the thing that she had spent 5 million spiritual stones to cut out? The origin of this egg is unknown, but there is no doubt that it is related to the Ghost Blood Lake. The old Genesis master of the Chu-Lian clan said, the compass in his hand spinning nonstop, showing a chaotic result. What is in this egg? Everyone in the stone gathering square was very curious. Many young supremes, sect masters, and ancient existences stepped forward and used their methods to take the initiative to investigate. It's hard to determine its value. If there is a living creature inside, its talent shouldn't be very strong. This kind of fluctuation is far inferior to even the descendants of some great vicious beasts. A few Tao attainments shook their heads, feeling that this egg had been sealed for so long because it had been contaminated with the special aura of the Ghost Blood Lake. Even if there was a living creature inside, it wouldn't be very strong. For those creatures with powerful bloodlines, even if it was just an egg, the abnormal fluctuations caused by them would be very terrifying and shocking. Sometimes it was even common to see them suck up all the spiritual chi of a star zone. In comparison, this egg seemed very simple and ordinary. Maybe it's the egg of a heavenly ghost. You should put it away. Gu Chang'e didn't think that with Gu Xian's luck, what she cut out would be simple. Seeing her unconcealable, disappointed expression, He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 547. After hearing Gu Changa's words, Gu Xian still felt a bit suspicious, but she still put the crimson egg away. As for the heavenly ghosts that would hatch in the future, after all, heavenly ghosts were one of the most inconceivable creatures in the world. How could a creature of that level have such an ordinary egg? Not to mention an egg. Even things related to it would produce heaven-shaking phenomena. Divine multicolored light would dazzle the world, illuminating the dome of heaven. Since ancient times, there had been rumors that heavenly ghosts fed on immortals. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these creatures were. Soon, the crimson multicolored light scattered, and the pervading mist also slowly disappeared. Everyone looked at the cracked ore. There was still a lot of crimson liquid that looked like blood left inside. It looked like blood, but also like water that had been dyed red. A faint fragrance was released from it, and there was no strange smell. It should be an egg laid by some creature in the Ghost Blood Plateau. It's a bit extraordinary. However, it's worth 5 million spiritual stones. This is still a bit of a loss. Many sect masters guessed. Previously, because Gu Xian had cut out so many divine objects, they were all very surprised. They felt that her methods were extraordinary, and perhaps she had the inheritance of a divine origin master. However, looking at it now, they felt that it was most likely a coincidence. A heavenly ghost's egg, 6-crown king, heavenly phoenix maiden, and the others were also stunned. They purely felt that this was Gu Changa's words to comfort Gu Xian. Many people felt that this egg wasn't worth 5 million spiritual stones, or even 50,000 spiritual stones. However, in front of Gu Changa, they didn't dare to mock Gu Xian. Forget 5 million spiritual stones. Even 500 million spiritual stones would probably be no different from a pile of trash in Gu Changa's eyes. When they thought of this, many people were extremely envious of Gu Xian. Big Red seems to have made a wrong judgment this time. Gu Xian could naturally feel the changes in the expressions of the people around her. She didn't care about what others thought. She only felt that 5 million spiritual stones was a huge loss, and felt a bit of heartache. Can't you trust your own judgment? Seeing her conflicted look, Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. This is the raw stone that you want to cut yourself. Gu Xian glared at Gu Changa. Don't laugh at me. I told you, what if this is a heavenly demon's egg? Gu Changa shook his head and smiled. Stop trying to fool me. Do you really think I can't tell? I know that you must be laughing at me in your heart right now. You must think that I threw 5 million spirit stones into the water. Gu Xian mumbled to herself. She was a little sad when she saw this. However, Gu Changa actually comforted her in such a rare manner, which made her feel much better. Why would I make fun of you? If you're in a good mood, even if you throw 5 trillion spirit stones into the water, what's the big deal? Gu Changa smiled lightly, as if he didn't care at all. He didn't believe that Gu Xian would cut out something ordinary. Wasn't this egg strange because it was ordinary? Of course. Gu Changa wouldn't say this to Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned, and her heart was moved. However, she thought about it again. Wasn't this Gu Changa indirectly saying that she was wasteful? She wrinkled her nose slightly, raised her crystal clear eyes, and glared at him. Then she snorted. You make it sound nice, but you looked so reluctant when I asked you to pay the bill. Are you still going to cut these raw stones? Gu Changa couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He had all the time in the world to deal with her. He looked around at the raw stones in the stone gathering square and asked casually with a smile. Cut, why wouldn't I cut them? Anyway, I'll put the bill on your head. Gu Xian wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to take advantage of Gu Changa. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She turned around and picked up the big red bird under her feet and began to wander around in search of new raw stones. However, there were only a few raw stones left in the stone gathering square that caught her eye. Even the big red bird had a disinterested look. It was obvious that it didn't care about the raw stones. The rest of the people in the stone-gathering square wanted to see Gu Xian's Genesis technique with their own eyes. However, when they saw this scene, they were disappointed. Many young supreme beings also quietly left, planning to wait for the Divine Stone Convention 3 days later. At that time, it would be held in the largest market in Kunwa City. Many supreme sects and imperishable orthodoxies would participate, and they would bring all the rare stones from their clans. Many sect masters also bid farewell to Gu Changa and left. When the people of the clan saw that Gu Changa didn't have any intention of paying attention to them, they also quietly left with ashen faces. And Shi's body was still full of blood, and Niu Tian, who was following behind her, was also pale and frightened. When Gu Changa took the page from his hand just now, he even felt that he would be directly slapped to death. All the blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and he once again deeply experienced the feeling of death. What happened in the stone-gathering square today quickly spread, and it set off a big wave in Kunwa City. Of course, the mysterious page was the most discussed, although Gu Xian had spent 1,500,000 spirit stones to cut it out. But from the perspective of many sect masters and ancient existences present, the level of the sword technique contained in the mysterious page was definitely beyond the level of an ordinary emperor-level sword technique. Anyway, it was at least an emperor-level sword technique. Therefore, its value couldn't be described with words, let alone estimated with spirit stones. From this point of view, what was 1,500,000 spirit stones? As for the ghost blood origin stone that Gu Xian bought with 5 million spirit stones, it turned out to be an ordinary egg, which disappointed many people and made them feel that it wasn't worth it. The matter of Clan's eldest daughter, and she almost being slapped to death by Gu Changa, also caused a big sensation. Of course, this matter, in the eyes of many people who had witnessed it, was also her asking for trouble. Now, almost everyone could see that Gu Xian was not someone who could be easily provoked. What's more, Gu Changa was still in Kunwa City. After this matter, many people began to doubt whether Gu Xian had the inheritance of a divine origin master. Otherwise, could it only be explained by luck? After returning to his original palace, Gu Changa was not in a hurry to check the page that contained the supreme sword technique. After seeing Niu Tian's state today, he felt that this so-called hidden immortal bloodline should have other uses. Therefore, he first arranged for the Godstone Convention in 3 days. This Godstone Convention, the longevity Gu clan naturally had to participate, but the strange stones had not been shipped over yet. It can wait a bit. There's still some time before we attack Mount Koin. Gu Changa thought about this matter, then looked at Gu Xian, who had been following behind him, and couldn't help but laugh. "You rascal! Are you going to keep watching me? Then you have to return my sword technique to me first." Gu Xian's face showed great dissatisfaction, feeling that Gu Changa deliberately did not mention that matter. "What do you mean by yours? I was the one who took it back. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine." Gu Changa smiled lightly, waved his hand, and the dark golden page appeared again, with light flowing on it, shining brightly on his palm, as if it was wrapped in a fog. "You bastard! I knew that you would definitely not return it to me." Gu Xian was so angry that her teeth itched, especially when she saw Gu Changa's slightly proud smile. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Gu Changa, she would have already rushed up and fought with him. Every time she was angered by Gu Changa, she wanted to bite him a few times. "Do you recognize the words on it? Even if I give it to you now, you won't know what's written on it." Gu Changa waved the page in front of her. Even he did not recognize the words on it, let alone Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian was speechless for a moment. "That's still mine. You can't take it away from me." But she was still worried, so she repeated it again. "I'll find someone to translate the words on it. Then I'll naturally give it to you." Gu Changa slightly shook his head and promised, "That's more like it." Since Gu Changa said so, Gu Xian reluctantly believed him. Then she decided to leave. She didn't want to hang out with Gu Changa. She always felt that she would be bullied by him. "You're leaving just like that. Did you forget something?" Gu Changa saw that she was about to slip away, smiled faintly, and directly reached out to pull her back. "Did I forget something?" Gu Xian felt a little guilty, but she still laughed it off and asked in reply, "Looks like you haven't been beaten for a while. You need to remember." Gu Changa stared at her with interest. Gu Xian shrunk her neck under his gaze, but still said firmly, "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just a condition?" "I promise you." Then she put on a generous expression, raised her small face and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing the nervousness in her heart. It had to be said that from a close distance, Gu Xian's face was completely flawless. Her skin was smooth and delicate, even whiter than that of a newborn baby. Her features were exquisite and flawless, like the most outstanding piece of art in the heavens. The corners of her skirt fluttered, and her head of black hair was as smooth as water, shining with a little bit of light. Her entire body had a fragrance like orchids and musk, with a celestial aura, cold and proud. Gu Changa looked at her appearance, but couldn't help but laugh and joked, "What is in your head? Every day I want you to lend me that big red bird of yours at the Godstone Convention in 3 days' time." "What?" Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned at first, then opened her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that Gu Changa was going to say this. It was completely different from what she thought, and it didn't even have the slightest bit of connection. Seeing Gu Changa's slightly interested expression, she couldn't help but blush a little, but for some reason, she felt a little disappointed. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you were expecting something." Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh. "You're expecting something. If you want Big Red to help you, you can just go to it. Why are you telling me?" Gu Xian quickly recovered, and with a bit of anger in her voice, she turned to leave. Of course, in Gu Changa's eyes, she was flustered and exasperated. He smiled faintly and suddenly pulled her back. "Whoa!" In the next moment, Gu Xian's beautiful eyes widened, and she tried to push him away. Chapter 548. Granduncle, in order to save me, Uncle Guang was slapped to death by Gu Changa on the spot. At the same time, in another courtyard that was built with many stone materials, many of the tribe's clansmen who had rushed here gathered with solemn expressions. It was very quiet here, with stone arches, small bridges, rockery, and pavilions. It was elegant, but the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and she had already changed her clothes. The injuries on her body had not completely healed, but they were almost healed. She could not hide her grief and anger as she spoke to Wangshan, whose back was facing everyone. When the rest of the clansmen heard this, they were also extremely angry. Many of them were not at the scene of the stony square, but they understood what happened from the news. They felt extremely sullen and angry about this, but at the same time they were unwilling. After all, and she was the first lady of the tribe. She represented the face of the tribe, but she was humiliated by Gu Changa in front of everyone in the stony square. Not only did they have to swallow their anger, but they also had to carefully put on a smile. How could they bear such a humiliating thing? This is too much. This Gu Changa is simply lawless. Does he really think that in the upper realm he can do whatever he wants and that the Gu family can do whatever they want? Yes, what the First Lady did was not wrong. What right does he have to kill someone? He's completely humiliating the tribe. At this time, many of the tribe members spoke one after another to express their righteous indignation. When they were at the scene, they did not dare to say much. However, now that they were saying these words, Gu Changa could not hear them. They naturally said whatever they wanted without any scruples. For a moment, all of the tribe members, including the silent Neo Tian, felt sullen and angry. They were affected by their emotions. "I know about this. You don't have to say any more. If Gu Changa continues to be so arrogant and domineering, there will be other forces who can't stand it, even without the tribe's intervention. He's growing his wings now, but so what? He's too dazzling and has broken the peace that has existed since time immemorial. Sooner or later, he'll be punished. King and held a walking stick in his hand. He looked like an old man, but his entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. He waved his hand and said, his eyes flashed with cold anger. If he had not rushed over in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gu Changa might have killed Enshi on the spot without any hesitation. He had personally witnessed Gu Changa's terrifying strength on the battlefield in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Ordinary Dao enlightened cultivators were definitely no match for him. Moreover, he was only in his early 20s, about the same age as Enshi. Currently, the various races and orthodoxies were extremely wary of Gu Changa and the longevity Gu clan behind him. The Yin clan was no exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered his status so low and even made Enshi apologize. However, King Yin believed that Gu Changa would be targeted by the other orthodoxies in the upper realm sooner or later if he continued to act this way. All that was missing now was an opportunity and a suitable reason. Although the longevity Gu clan was powerful, could they be an enemy of the entire upper realm? That was obviously impossible. Young people will always be young people. If they don't learn how to restrain their brilliance, there will be problems sooner or later. Wang Shan said faintly. His squinted eyes flashed with a sharp light. I understand, granduncle. Hearing this, and she also understood the reason and nodded. Although she was very unwilling, she could only deeply endure today's humiliation. Oh, right. I heard that Yin has been a little restless recently. At this moment, King Yin seemed to have thought of something and asked. When Yin was mentioned, a golden light flashed in his eyes. It was somewhat meaningful. Granduncle, Yin has indeed been restless recently. She's not as obedient as before. It seems that she has some thoughts about the position of clan leader. But she's just a little girl. Although she's been tolerating it all these years, she's no match for me. Don't worry, granduncle. And she shook her head and said, with a disapproving look on her face, she understood that this half-sister of hers was not as naive and innocent as she appeared to be. All these years, Yin had been very cautious in her actions, as if she was walking on thin ice. Her status in the Yin clan was even lower than ordinary direct descendants. Therefore, she was too lazy to spend more time and effort on her. In her opinion, the position of clan leader of the Yin clan was already in her bag. No one could compete with her. You still have to be careful of that girl. When we were in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, I saw that she seemed to be quite close to Guxian. If you say that she doesn't have any ulterior motives, I don't believe it. King Yin stroked his beard and said faintly, as the great ancestor behind Enshi, he naturally hoped that Enshi could take charge of the Yin clan. In his opinion, Yin, who was also the daughter of the clan leader, was the biggest obstacle to this. However, because Yan's mother died early, many great ancestors still took care of Yin. It was not good for him to personally deal with this little girl. She's quite close to Guxianer. Could it be that Yin wants to rely on external forces? Haha, she's dreaming. As long as I get that drop of hidden immortal's true blood and completely restore Nyo Tian's bloodline, what can the other great ancestors say? And she sneered. A smile that made one's heart palpitate appeared on her beautiful face. At this moment, a servant suddenly came to report from outside the courtyard. First Lady, there's a young man outside who claims to be your friend. He's asking to see you. My friend? And she was stunned. She did have many friends. The successors of the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were more or less on good terms with her. Let him in. Therefore, she did not think too much about it. She just assumed that it was one of her suitors who had heard about her humiliation and came to comfort her. Not long after, under the lead of that servant, a young man with a tall and straight figure and an exceptionally delicate face, walked into the courtyard. "Who are you? You claim to be my friend? Have we met before?" And she frowned and took a closer look at the young man in front of her. She felt that he was a stranger. She did not know him before this. "Greetings, lady and she. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. This one and Miss and she have a common enemy, so we naturally become friends," the young man said with a smile. He seemed very natural and casual, with an extraordinary aura. When he saw this young man, Niu Tian, who was standing behind and she, frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that the person in front of him looked a little familiar. "Oh, we have a common enemy." And she's expression softened. You Niu Tian?" However, at this moment, the young man in front of her seemed to have discovered something. He was first stunned, then astonished. His face was filled with great surprise. He stared at Niu Tian, who was behind and she, and said in a trembling voice. Niu Tian was also stunned when he heard this person call out his name. In this vast upper realm, other than a few people from the tribe, only a few of his companions who had come to this world with him knew him. And by then his appearance had changed a lot. If he was not very familiar with him, it would be difficult for him to recognize him at first sight. I'm Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen had not expected to see his good friend here that day. He was so excited that his face flushed. You're little Chinzi." Niu Tian opened his eyes wide. He was pleasantly surprised. He could not control himself. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the ANS, Niu Tian and Jiang Chen finally met again after a long time. They were extremely excited. They gradually calmed down after catching up with each other. They roughly knew what the other had been through. "So you are the Divine Origin Master who has alarmed the entire Kuin Wu City. I didn't expect that the famous Divine Origin Master would be my good friend." Niu Tian sighed with a happy expression. The ANS were also shocked when they realized who Jiang Chen was. Then they started to respect him. A Divine Origin Master. What did that mean? It went without saying. And she smiled too. She extended her fair hand to shake Jiang Chen's hand. "Brother Jiang Chen, you're related to Niu Tian. That's great. We're on the same side." To her, this was a complete surprise. If they could get the help of a Divine Origin Master at the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days, the ANS would definitely benefit the most from it. This naturally made her happy, and the feelings of unwillingness and humiliation from before were completely swept away. "I didn't expect to see you again. I thought you were killed by Gu Changa, so I wanted to avenge you." Jiang Chen sighed with emotion. He looked much better after seeing his good friend. He had planned to cooperate with the ANS to deal with Gu Changa after hearing what had happened in the Stone Concentrating Square. He wanted to avenge his good friend's death and the loss of the goddess he admired. But to his surprise, Niu Tian had shouted at Enshi. "I thought you were killed by Gu Changa, too. I was going to avenge you." Niu Tian patted his shoulder. "Looks like this is God's will. God didn't want us to die. Now we're together again. We can avenge you. Even God is helping us. Gu Changa will get what he deserves sooner or later." The Ansas were overjoyed to get Jiang Chen's help. They didn't even want the source masters they had spent a lot of money to hire. They asked them to go back. In front of a Divine Origin Master, any other Origin Master would pale in comparison. They simply couldn't be compared at all. Chapter 549. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Stone Convention that attracted many orthodoxies from the upper world was held as scheduled. The entire Kunwa city was extraordinarily bustling, and it was a hubbub of voices. Numerous divine rays of light and flying vessels flashed past from all directions and converged here. Every orthodoxy had its own market, which listed all the rare stones and divine stones that they had obtained over the years. The market was packed with people, and there were also people coming and going in the various palaces and pavilions. Not only were there cultivators from various clans participating, but there were also older generation, rogue cultivators who came from other regions. They would also choose rare stones. If a divine object was found, it would be auctioned here. The seniority and status of the participants were second to none in the upper world. Even the sect masters of the major sects and the clan masters of the everlasting families were a generation weaker in front of these people. The Longevity Gu family, the Longevity Wang family, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Human Ancestor Hall, the Immortal Ancient Yi clan, the Hidden Peace clan, the Reincarnation Lake, the Primordial Hall. Almost all the upper world forces were participating. At this moment, a dragon carriage descended on the street. A beautiful and elegant woman in a phoenix robe walked out first. She was followed by many cultivators and creatures. There were both men and women, and all of them were extremely powerful. That's the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal, right? She is indeed a heavenly beauty that is hard to find. I didn't expect the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, which has always been low-key, to send someone here. It's said that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal has a younger brother. He's only a little over 13 years old, but he's already stronger than his peers in Great Yu. He's called the Young Emperor. At the sight of this, a great commotion was stirred up. Many cultivators were discussing. When the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was mentioned, many people showed respect. Behind the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal, there was a young man who attracted a lot of attention. He was as bright as the morning sun, and there was a golden divine light flowing around his body. He was like a young emperor, walking with a majestic gait and an unruly look. In terms of chi and blood, he was like a little true dragon, pressuring the surrounding cultivators. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was an immortal supreme dynasty that had prospered for many eras. It was located in Xiaotian. The mountains collapsed, the rivers dried up, the seas turned into mulberry fields, and the thunder and lightning dried up. Everything in Xiaotian was decaying and aging, only it remained standing. 640, there was also an ancient rumor that the first emperor of Great Yu had cut out the Great Yu immortal scripture from a piece of origin stone, and that was how he established the Great Yu immortal dynasty. There was also a saying that the first imperial emperor of Great Yu was actually an immortal corpse that had gained sentience, and its accompanying item was the Great Yu immortal scripture. In short, in the eyes of the world, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was always covered with a mysterious veil. Even when it came to attacking the 8 wastelands and 10 regions, no one had seen any of their clansmen go. He had never thought that they would send their clansmen to this deity stone convention. This place triggered quite a bit of commotion. Quite a few cultivators were sizing up the great region's Celestial Dynasties group, seeing them head into the depths of the open market. Sister, what's so good about this Godstone convention? It's so boring. The young man behind the first princess of the Great Yu Dynasty had a look of disdain on his face. He looked bored as he watched the stone-cutting scene around him. Father said that the missing page of the Great Yu immortal scripture might be related to this Godstone convention, so we have to pay attention to it. The first princess of the Great Yu Dynasty shook her head slightly. She walked like the rising sun and the shining moon. Her graceful steps were graceful and noble, and many cultivators unconsciously made way for her. Euphia, as her name suggested, had the noble aura of the imperial family that was hard to look down on. Even our ancestors couldn't find the missing page of the Great Yu immortal scripture. What can we do? In a while, I think it's better for me to help you find a husband. I think that in the younger generation, only Gu Changa is worthy of you. If he marries you, the offspring of the two of you will definitely be. Hearing Yuming's words, Euphia shook her head slightly and interrupted him. Watch your words. If young Master Changa hears you, how can I bear it? What's there to be afraid of? Sister, you're so beautiful. Which man won't be attracted by you? Besides, sister, you're just keeping a low profile. Do you think I don't know your strength? Those 6 crown kings and little saint kings aren't even qualified to enter your eyes. Hearing this, Yuming rolled his eyes. He felt that his sister was just keeping a low profile and didn't reveal anything. Even the most mysterious Great Yu immortal scripture of the Great Yu celestial dynasty appeared when his sister was born and bestowed her with the gift of divine power. Many ancestors even said that his sister was the most mysterious genius they had ever seen. Yes, she wasn't the most talented, but the most mysterious. Where was this mystery? Even the ancient existences of their clan couldn't tell what level Yufia's cultivation had reached. Therefore, in Yu Ming's opinion, those young supreme beings didn't live up to their names. Compared to his sister, they were much weaker. Don't underestimate the people in the world. You don't know when you'll be at a disadvantage. Don't talk so much in front of outsiders. Yufia obviously knew her younger brother very well. Although she was a little troubled by his blabbering, she couldn't do anything about it. Sister, don't tell me you're really interested in that silly boy from the Tuoba family who only knows how to practice the sword. In my opinion, he only knows how to practice the sword. Yu Ming didn't have the self-awareness to keep his mouth shut. There was a hint of helplessness and disbelief in his words. However, Yufia only shook her head slightly and rubbed her forehead. She didn't reply to him. Then the people from the Great Yu celestial dynasty continued to go deeper into the market. That place was even more spacious and had a different world. There were many streams, fake mountains, bridges, and buildings. Many origin stones were placed everywhere, shining brightly and surrounded by white fog. There were specialized cultivators watching over them. Around each origin stone, there were many people sizing it up. They either took out their artifacts to inspect it or used their divine powers to examine it. Within the city square, every orthodoxy had their own area. The rare stones they had obtained over the years were placed there. Just the price alone was enough to make ordinary cultivators change their expressions. They easily started at 10 million spirit stones, and the value of many of them couldn't be measured by spirit stones. Even if one wanted to cut them open, they would have to pay a great price. We should be able to see the 7 divine stones of Kuin Wu City today, right? If we can obtain a piece of it during this God Stone Convention, then our trip will not have been in vain. Many cultivators came here with the intention of seeing the legendary 7 divine stones. After all, they were rare stones obtained by many ancient existences since Kuin Wu City existed. Most of them came from Kuin Mountain, and some came from other forbidden areas. There used to be a total of 10 divine stones, but 3 of them had been cut, leaving only 7. Boom! While the cultivators were in a heated discussion in a courtyard not far away, a green light shot up into the sky, as if a lake of life was rushing toward them, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This aura, could it be the spiritual spring of life? It's definitely the aura of the spiritual spring of life. Could it be that someone cut out the spiritual spring of life? Feeling this aura, many older cultivators were stunned at first, and their expressions changed drastically in disbelief. Then, like wild beasts that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. They hurriedly turned into divine lights and rushed toward that courtyard. This caused a great commotion. Many cultivators and living beings hurried over to see the spiritual spring of life's true appearance. When the people of the Great Yu celestial dynasty heard this, they couldn't help but go over. In another direction, the other young supremes who had already arrived, such as 6 Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and others, also looked over in surprise and then strode over. For ordinary cultivators, the spiritual spring of life was precious, but it was far inferior to other divine items. However, in the eyes of the older generation, especially those who were nearing the end of their lifespan, it was a divine medicine that could prolong one's life. It was far more precious than any other longevity medicine. Many people could even fight over it because the spiritual spring of life didn't have any medicinal properties. In other words, no matter how much one took, the effect of prolonging one's lifespan wouldn't change. Usually, when the spiritual spring of life appeared in an auction, it would cause a storm of blood, and one couldn't get it even if they paid a high price. A puddle of spiritual spring of life the size of a fist. Hiss! Soon, this courtyard was filled with cultivators and creatures. Many of the older generation couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Among the many shattered origin stones, there was a puddle of spiritual spring of life the size of a fist. It was currently quietly floating there, releasing a rich aura of life. It was like a lake, illuminating this place resplendently. Surging life force spread out from it, attracting many people. The older generation almost couldn't sit still. If it weren't for the fact that they were apprehensive about the identity of the people here, they would have directly asked for the price. I told you there was something good in there, and you didn't believe me. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. I won. Now, it's time for you to agree to a condition of mine. In the courtyard, an ethereal, cold, and moving beautiful young woman couldn't help but speak. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly, feeling a bit proud. Beside her, Gu Changa seemed to have a headache as he rubbed his forehead, as if he didn't expect this at all. Seems like I was careless. Your luck really is quite good. He sighed slightly, seeming a bit helpless. What do you mean my luck is quite good? This is my strength, okay? Gu Xian was obviously very dissatisfied with Gu Changa's answer. She glared at him. Don't try to go back on your word. You promised me. I know. I'm willing to accept my loss. It's just a condition. I'll agree to it. Gu Changa slightly shook his head. Hearing this, Gu Xian revealed an expression of, at least you know what's good for you. Then she waved her small hand and directly accepted the puddle of spiritual spring of life. When the people who had rushed over saw this scene, they were very envious, although they really wanted to ask her if she was willing to buy it. But when they saw Gu Changa beside her, they couldn't help but shut their mouths and bitterly laugh. If it was someone else who cut it out, they would still ask and want to buy it, or use other methods to get it. After all, this was an extremely rare spiritual spring of life. But this was cut out by Gu Xian, so it was completely different. At this moment, they were very tactful. They didn't even dare to ask more questions, afraid that Gu Changa would misunderstand that they wanted to steal Gu Xian's things. The incident that happened 3 days ago at the Hidden Clan was still vivid in their minds. Now that the origin stone has been cut out and your condition has been agreed to, you should be appeased, right? Gu Changa didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him. Seeing Gu Xian's unconcealable smug expression, he asked with a light smile, Don't even think about it. This matter isn't over yet. Who told you to bully me 3 days ago? When Gu Xian heard him mention this matter, she immediately became angry. A faint blush appeared on her delicate white face. Then I'll let you bully me back. Won't that be enough? Gu Changa lightly shook his head, looking rather helpless. You're the one who's dreaming. I won't let you off so easily. Gu Xian glared at him. Gu Changa chuckled. What's the big deal? Do you have to ignore me for 3 days? 3 days ago, he took the opportunity to teach Gu Xian a lesson. As a result, he made her angry. She completely ignored him. Her small face was very tense. She looked as cold as ice, as if no one could get close to her. Gu Changa was too lazy to care. After all, he was used to this kind of thing. Gu Xian was just angry and embarrassed. After a while, her anger would dissipate. But considering this God's stone convention, he still had to borrow her big red bird. Ignoring him like this wasn't a good idea. Gu Changa made a bet with her. He let her use her own skills to gamble on the stones. If she cut out something good, it would be his loss. If he lost, he would agree to one of Gu Xian's conditions. If he won, she wasn't allowed to be angry. How could Gu Xian hold back when she heard that this was a sure-win bet? She felt that this was a good opportunity for her to avenge her humiliation and take revenge. She immediately agreed, which led to the scene in front of her. Chapter 550. This caused quite a stir. Many of the primordial stones in the courtyard belonged to a certain sect. After Guxian cut out the spirit spring of life, the disciple of the supreme sacred sect came. The inheritor of this supreme inheritance came after hearing the news. He was a young man with an extremely brilliant smile, his bearing extraordinary, purple energy faintly discernible around his body. Congratulations, Miss Xian for cutting out this item. Today, all the fees for cutting stones in our Zixia sacred sex market will be waived. After he came here, his attitude was very humble. With a warm smile on his face, he then bowed to Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed. After all, if all the fees for cutting stones were waived, it would be a sky-high price. After all, how could the primordial stones that were placed in the Divine Stone Convention be simple? Even the primordial stones would cost at least 10 million. The disciple of the Zixia sacred sect in front of them was very bold and courageous. Moreover, what if Guxian cut out all the primordial stones in the Zixia sacred sect? Many old antiques gasped. If it were them, they would not have the guts to do such a thing. Guxian also did not expect such a good thing. However, she also knew that the other party said this because of Gu Chang'e. This was completely giving face to Gu Chang'e and showing goodwill. There's no need for that. I can still afford this small amount of spiritual stones. Gu Chang'e had some impression of this tactful disciple of the Zixia sacred sect. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Then Yinmei, who was standing behind him, took out a large amount of spiritual stones from her storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper in charge of this place. Gu Chang'e did not have many people by his side for this divine stone convention. Other than a few subordinates, only Ada, Yinmei, and Su Qingge were by his side. Many of the cultivators present recognized Yinmei and were secretly shocked. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan was now with Gu Chang'e. Many young sky prides were envious. When they heard that Yinmei's fiancé, the young master of the White Tiger clan, died in the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts, they were secretly happy for a while. Young Master Chang'e is too polite. The successor of the Purple Cloud sacred sect was tactful. He laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still maintained a respectful expression on his face. Although the Purple Cloud sacred sect was a great sect, there was still a huge gap between them and the imperishable great sects. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up such an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. However, it was clear that Gu Chang'e did not intend to accept it. There's nothing to cut here. Looking at the time, the 7 great divine stones should be taken out. Gu Chang'e casually laughed. He was actually very interested in the 7 divine stones. After which, he led the group towards the central region of the city square. Guxian was in a good mood after cutting out such a large chunk of the spring of life, so he didn't go against Gu Chang'e. On the way to see the 7 great divine stones, 6 Crown King, Little Saint King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others took the initiative to greet Gu Chang'e. As for the old acquaintance, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, he still avoided Gu Chang'e like a viper. He didn't forget how Gu Chang'e tricked him and Buddha Mountain in the demon burial abyss. Brother Gu, could it be that you plan to cut the 7 great divine stones today? 6 Crown King and Gu Chang'e could be considered to be quite familiar with each other. They had cultivated together in the True Immortal Academy before. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "That's not necessarily true. Before seeing the 7 great divine stones, it's very difficult to judge." Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. "I heard that one of the divine stones has been emitting strange movements recently. It is said that it has a lot to do with Kuan Mountain. Back then, it was carried out by the ancestors of the Huanqi sacred ground from Kuan Mountain." On the other side, Little Saint King walked over. He was very curious about this strange stone and wanted to see what exactly it was. However, many ancient existences in Kuan Wu City kept it tightly guarded. They wouldn't take it out until the day of the Divine Stone Convention. Little Saint King was just like his name, his entire body releasing the aura of a king. His entire body was shining, his fluttering hair looked like it was made from molten gold, golden and dazzling. As he walked, it was as if a great sun was crushing down, his aura majestic. That ominous stone, if it really is like this, then we can try cutting it open. Guchanga smiled casually. When they heard these words, everyone's minds trembled. Every single divine stone in Kuinwu City was priceless, difficult to measure with spiritual stones. It was to the extent where in the eyes of many cultivators, its value surpassed ordinary emperor artifacts. This was also the reason why only 3 out of 10 divine stones had ever been cut open. Many people weren't sure what was inside these divine stones, worried that they would suffer a great loss. From Guchanga's words, could it be that he planned to buy that ominous stone today? Could it be that young Master Changa knows what is inside? At this time, on the other side, an elegant and pleasant voice sounded. Many people were surprised. They didn't expect that the extremely mysterious eldest princess of Great Yu would come. She looked extremely noble and elegant. Her whole person was graceful and beautiful. Her eyes were bright like the stars, and her white teeth were crystal clear. With a light and elegant fragrance, she came to Guchanga. Yufia also heard these words. Just now, when Guxian cut out the spring of life, she came over, but she didn't greet Guchanga. Before this, she had never seen Guchanga. This was the first time that she talked to Guchanga. She begged for fresh flowers. Guchanga glanced at Yufia with a little surprise. He searched for the impression of this person in his mind, but he didn't seem to know her. Greetings, young Master Changa. At this time, she realized that Guchanga didn't seem to know her. Yufia's face was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly recovered and bowed respectfully. Inmei, who was behind Guchanga, explained Yufia's origin to him. He was a little surprised and then showed a faint smile. Princess Fia, you don't have to be so polite. I was just curious. I don't know what is hidden in that ominous stone. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say it. Such a simple question, was there a need to ask? Yufia smiled gracefully, tucked the hair on her forehead, and said, Fia is presumptuous. I hope young Master Changa won't take offense. Zero, she was just surprised and asked subconsciously, because this time she came to participate in the God Stone Convention with the purpose of that ominous stone. She felt that if the remnant page of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Great Yu Celestial Scripture was here, it was most likely related to that ominous stone. But thinking about this kind of thing, if Guchanga knew about it, he wouldn't say it out loud. The central area of the market was very spacious and contained heaven and earth. Formation patterns were engraved on the stone walls, pavilions, and palaces everywhere. There were Tao attainment artifacts around, and a faint pressure filled the air. Brilliance shrouded the sky, and ripples were emitted. Many cultivators were slightly surprised. Judging from the number, there was more than one Tao attainment artifact guarding the area. Just the pressure that filled the air was enough to make ordinary cultivators not dare to act rashly. Once the Tao attainment artifact was awakened, its explosive power could definitely destroy the entire Kuinwu city. And there was more than one Tao attainment artifact here, which was enough to show the importance that each clan and orthodoxy attached to this Godstone convention. The surrounding fog shrouded every place. Almost all the big shots gathered here, and even the sect masters of the great sects could only be juniors here. Many living fossil-level figures appeared everywhere, sizing up the wondrous stones in this place. Royal Elder Sister, your method of flirting and greeting just now was too low-level. Yu Ming of the Great Yu dynasty had been silent until he saw Guchanga leading people in another direction. He couldn't help but sigh and say to Yufia earnestly. In fact, it was not only him, but many people who saw that scene just now also had the same thought. Fan. Chapter 551. Euphia knew that her actions just now had caused Yuming and the others to misunderstand. She felt a little helpless. However, even if she explained, they probably wouldn't believe her. Therefore, she just shook her head lightly and didn't say much. Her gaze fell to the front, looking at Gu Xianer and the others, who were sizing up the strange stones around them. "Sister, why don't you change your method? With Gu Changa's current power, it would be good if he could be my brother-in-law." Yu Ming saw Euphia looking at Gu Changa and couldn't help but continue to say with a smile. He felt that his sister was probably shy. From what he saw today, whether it was in terms of appearance or cultivation, Gu Changa was the best choice. In such a big upper realm, could there be a more suitable person than him? Euphia glanced at him and didn't say anything. "Sister, if you don't want to, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Yuming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and retracted his words. He understood that this was a sign that his sister was angry. He must have some understanding of that ominous stone. Euphia's eyes flickered slightly. From the short contact with Gu Changa just now, she could feel the casual confidence in Gu Changa's words. It was a feeling that everything was under control. The divine stone is going to be taken. The appearance of the divine stone is huge. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Many cultivators looked over in shock. Streaks of divine rainbows also flew in that direction. In a corner of the market, there was an extremely old vine. It was so thick that it looked like a dragon crawling on the ground. It was more than 10 meters in diameter and stretched in all directions. The old vine's branches and leaves were full of green light, which filled this corner, giving people a feeling that it was full of vitality. Below this old vine there was an ancient well. The 4 walls were engraved with powerful formation runes. It was made of origin stones, and it emitted a dense radiance. A powerful aura was spreading out. Usually, the ancient well was sealed because there was a piece of divine stone inside. Today, traces of Tao laws appeared, as if they were breathing, wanting to rush out of the ancient well. The energy fluctuations here instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. A few ancient existences appeared, their faces indistinct. They towered in all directions, chaotic energy swirling around them. When they took action, they produced streak after streak of divine patterns to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen when the divine stones appeared. A dense white fog rose from this place. That was a sign that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. Every piece of stone was reflecting off each other, emitting a misty brilliance. The wondrous stones had spirits. When they sensed that a divine stone was about to appear, they all began to tremble, releasing resonating, trembling sounds. This miraculous scene shocked everyone and made them click their tongues in wonder. This is the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones. A purple-clothed young man walked up. He had an imposing appearance, and he had the bearing of a demon god. His sharpness was restrained, and in the depths of his eyes that were like stars, there was a domineering aura that could conquer the world. It was the heaven demon sovereign. He couldn't hide his joy as he stared at the ancient well. Many people suddenly understood. It was rumored that the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones came from the sky demon cloud tomb. And the sky demon cloud tomb was the final resting place of the most powerful great demons in the universe. For those ancient great demons of the demon race, when they reached the end of their lifespan, they would quietly leave their clans and find a quiet place to pass away. And the sky demon cloud tomb was such a mysterious place. This ethereal demon stone came from there. Many old Genesis masters guessed that this ethereal demon stone very likely contained the core of an ancient great demon or something similar to a relic. However, if one wanted to cut open this ethereal demon stone, they had to obtain its approval. Ethereal demon stone. It is rumored that every full moon night, an ethereal voice like the sound of nature will come from this place, and it has something to do with this demon stone. Gu Changa also came over, a pensive look on his face. At this moment, a rich brilliance gushed out from the ancient well, as if a scene of ascension was appearing. A primordial stone the size of a wash basin, sparkling and translucent, very dazzling, flew out from it, and then steadily landed on the ancient vine above. This scene caused the breathing of many cultivators to quicken as they stared at the ethereal demon stone. Many ancient existences appeared, sealing off the surrounding space. However, many people felt that there was a misty, immortal light sprinkling from the ethereal demon stone. An extremely dazzling brilliance rushed out, as if an incomparably beautiful immortal demon was slowly dancing there. Such a beautiful scene made people click their tongues in amazement, unable to take their eyes off it. They even felt that the dance contained an indescribable mystery. What's going on with Big Red? At this moment, Gu Xian's somewhat surprised voice sounded as he looked at the big red bird at his feet. Hearing this voice, Gu Changa also withdrew his gaze and looked over with a strange expression. The big red bird that Gu Xian had always carried at his side was currently staring at the ethereal demon stone as if in a daze, as if its soul had been sucked into it, not moving at all. However, the color of its feathers gradually became brighter and brighter. Even the bald spots on its body had new feathers growing out. This ethereal demon stone is said to be related to an ancient great demon. Could it be that this big red bird's origin is not simple? Seeing this scene, Gu Changa was a bit surprised as he thought to himself. As the daughter of fate, Gu Xian's item had an extraordinary origin. He could understand this. Before this, he felt that the big red bird was not a simple bird. Instead, he felt that it was some kind of spiritual object that had gained intelligence. However, compared to the other godly stones, this ethereal demon stone's conditions were very strict. It had to be activated first before it was qualified to be cut. At this moment, even the heaven demon's sovereign walked up excitedly, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. He took a deep breath and channeled an ancient technique. His entire body shone like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling aura. However, the ethereal demon stone only quietly landed on the ancient vine, not moving at all. It was not affected by the heaven demon sovereign. No matter what method he used, it was still as quiet as a mountain, not changing at all. Even a young elite like the heaven demon sovereign could not activate this ethereal demon stone. It seems that no one will be able to cut it in this God's Stone Convention. Ever since the ethereal demon stone was brought to Kuinwu City, it has not been activated by anyone. Even the demon race's magnates could not do anything about it. Everyone could not help but shake their heads. They were not disappointed, as this was expected. How is this possible? Even I cannot activate it. The heaven demon's sovereign was unwilling and in disbelief. His expression became very ugly. He had come prepared and read many ancient records. He was full of confidence. Moreover, he was the demon race's recognized young paragon for many years. There was no one in the same generation who could match him. Now, even he had no fate with this godly stone. Then the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddhist child, six-crown king, and the others also walked up one after another, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. However, they all failed in the end. They shook their heads and retreated regretfully. Even I can't do it. It seems that fate is needed. Gu Changa also walked up to try. However, the stone still did not change. He did not care about this. Then he looked at the big red bird beside Gu Xian. He thought for a while and did not put it on the stone. If this ethereal demon stone had a connection with the big red bird, he would have enough time to try it. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, several people walked over from the other side. The leader was Shi from the clan. Her complexion looked much better now. Her expression was calm, and she wore a veil. She was followed by Niu Tian, Jiang Chan, and the others. Apart from that, there was another handsome man with a slightly pale complexion who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness, walking very close to him. There seemed to be a divine halo floating around him, and it was very hazy. A golden cross flashed in his eyes, and the chaotic scene of the opening of the heavens appeared. He was like a matchless war immortal. Seeing this group of people coming over, a great disturbance was created. And she, the eldest daughter of the ANS, I thought she would not participate in this God's Stone Convention. The young man behind her, isn't he that mysterious divine origin master from a few days ago? Is he going to help? And she? If she can get the help of a divine origin master, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Many people were shocked. They recognized Jiang Qin. He was the guy who had bought so many holy objects in the market. Kuan-Wu City had been in an uproar recently. Many forces and orthodoxies had extended an olive branch to him. But Jiang Qin refused to meet them all. He refused all of them. Rumors about his eccentric character also spread like wildfire. Seeing him following and she that day, many people were shocked. They found it incredible. Some senior origin masters stared at Jiang Qin. They sized him up carefully, but they could not sense any origin master energy from him. Little immortal of war, he is here too. Has he recovered from his injury? But he looks like he hasn't fully recovered yet. However, even more people noticed the handsome young man on the other side of Anxi and were secretly shocked. It was the little immortal of war, the descendant of the war immortal's palace, who had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method and escaped by luck. The little immortal of war had almost been killed by the inheritor of the demonic method. Fortunately, his protector had noticed it and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This had caused a great disturbance in the upper realm. Many people even thought the little immortal of war's origin had been damaged. He would not show up in the world in a short time. He should be fine, but we can ask him about the inheritor of the demonic method. The inheritor of the demonic method is hiding in the dark. It's impossible to guard against him. The heavenly phoenix maiden, the celestial monster monarch, and many other young supreme venerables had the same idea when they had seen the little immortal of war. The inheritor of the demonic method could be said to be everyone's enemy. It would be a good thing for them to know his current means and strength. If they ran into the inheritor of the demonic method in 4-9, they would have a way to deal with him. Greetings, Doctrine brothers. The little immortal of war was very handsome. His hair was long. Golden cross-shaped symbols were flashing in his eyes. This was one of his terrifying and mysterious eye techniques. Many people did not have the nerve to look at him directly. After arriving, he greeted the heavenly phoenix maiden, Six-Crown King, Euphia, and the other young supreme venerables with a smile. And she and the others beside him were also very natural. It was as if they had forgotten about the humiliation they had suffered before. Everyone was extremely courteous as they asked about his injuries. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. The little immortal of war shook his head. Then he looked at Gu Changa on the other side. However, when he noticed Su Chinga behind Gu Changa, his pupils suddenly shrank and his body trembled. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. He was extremely shocked and could not believe it. Although he quickly recovered, his strange expression could not be hidden from the young supreme venerables. The sect masters and ancient existences of the great sects were also confused. From what they could see, the little immortal of war was not showing such emotions because he saw Gu Changa. Why are you staring at me, Doctrine brother? Could it be that you want to avenge the previous war immortal of the war immortal manor? Noticing this, Gu Changa glanced at Su Chinga behind him. Then he smiled faintly and asked. Chapter 552. The ancient vine was as thick as a dragon with verdant leaves and branches. The ethereal demon stone lay quietly on top of it, emitting a lustrous glow. It was as still as a mountain. Many people had gathered at this place. When they heard Gu Changa's words, they all had different feelings. The appearance of the little war immortal caused quite a stir here. Many cultivators looked over. His strange behavior just now had attracted the attention of many ancient existences and sect masters of the great sections. After all, the little war immortal was an ancient freak of the war immortal's manner. In the current upper realm, he was one of the best among his peers. Why would he be shocked by such a simple thing? Greetings, young Lord Changa. I was thinking about something just now and was a little absent-minded. I hope young Lord Changa won't be offended if I offended you. The little war immortal quickly recovered and cupped his hands. He pretended not to hear Gu Changa's slightly mocking words. He also understood that he was so shocked that his expression changed. That was why Gu Changa and the others noticed the abnormality. However, although his expression was calm, his heart was surging with waves of shock. He was not shocked because of Gu Changa, but because of Su Chinga, who was behind Gu Changa. Some time ago, he was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts and almost died. However, in this incident, he used his innate eye technique to see through the veil covering the face of the inheritor of the demonic arts and saw her true appearance. The inheritor of the demonic arts was not a man, but a woman. Moreover, her face was exactly the same as the woman in white, who stood quietly behind Gu Changa. That was why he was so shocked just now. He found it hard to believe, and his heart was in turmoil. If the two of them were the same person, then the implications of this matter were simply too terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. Did Gu Changa know about it? If Gu Changa knew, thinking of this, even with the little war immortal's mental state after all these years of cultivation, he still trembled slightly with fear. Oh, so you're thinking about something. Could it be that you've hurt your mind before and haven't recovered yet? Gu Changa asked with interest. Thank you for your concern, young Master Changa. It seems that I haven't fully recovered from my previous injuries. Little War Immortal was not an idiot. At this time, he did not act rashly and alert the enemy. After calming down, he revealed a smile and cupped his hands. In that case, fellow Taoist, you really should pay attention to your rest. Gu Changa nodded and smiled. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone present had different expressions. Many older generation existences also frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It was obvious that the little war immortal was being a little vague. These words were also like a riddle. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. However, they did not expect this to be related to little warrior fairy being attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Looks like there's something going on between the two of them. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha child, and the others changed slightly. They felt that there was something going on between the little battle immortal and Gu Changa. If the little war immortal had contact with Gu Changa, it was when he was in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. However, at that time, Gu Changa was busy dealing with the supreme experts of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Obviously, he had no contact with the little war immortal. If there was a grudge between the two, it was related to the previous war immortal of the war immortal manor. After all, the reincarnation of the war immortal was said to have been killed by Gu Changa in the Tianlun realm. This caused the war immortal manor to hate Gu Changa. In addition, when the little war immortal was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts, Gu Changa was still in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. They had nothing to do with each other. Therefore, they did not think about this matter. Soon, peace was restored. Seeing that nothing had happened, the sect leaders did not care and continued to study the ethereal demon stone. Gu Changa, on the other hand, took Gu Xian Su Chinga, Ada, and the others to another area of the market. The market was very big and contained heaven and earth. Every godly stone was placed in a different place and far away from each other to avoid being affected by each other's aura. Qingxian, the little war immortal, seemed to be looking at you. Have you seen him before? Gu Changa smiled faintly and asked Su Chinga, who was beside him. Su Chinga's heart skipped a beat. In fact, when the little war immortal looked at her, she felt a little uneasy. She felt that something had gone wrong. Although she had hidden her real face, well, the little war immortal obviously had some kind of special eye technique. It was very likely that the little war immortal already knew her real face. Otherwise, he would not show such a shocked expression. Young Master Gu, I have never seen the little war immortal before. I don't know why he was staring at me. Su Chinga shook her head and answered. She was very serious about this matter. Then it seems that he is a lecher. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and his expression did not change. Su Chinga braced herself and said, Maybe he mistook me for someone else. She felt that Gu Changa was helping her out just now. But in this case, things became more difficult for her. Su Chinga already felt that it was very difficult to continue hiding her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. This made her a little flustered for a moment, and she did not know what to do next. Could it be that the moment had come for her to confess to Gu Changa? Then would he kill him directly? There are countless ways to change one's face in this world. It is possible that he mistook me for someone else. Gu Changa nodded in agreement with this statement, but Su Chinga always felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. This was Gu Changa trying to give her an explanation. She was more or less relieved. Now it seemed that the only way was to get rid of the little war immortal. And she was not sure whether the little war immortal would tell the power behind him about this after knowing her real face. This was what she was most worried about. Are you all right? On the other side, among the people of the tribe who were investigating a few strange stones, and she was a little confused and asked the little war immortal. The two of them were very close, and the power behind them even wanted to form a marriage alliance. Obviously, they were very familiar with each other. The little war immortal had already calmed down. He shook his head and used the excuse just now to fool and she. I was just a little absent-minded. It's nothing serious. While speaking, he stared at the back of Gu Changa in the distance and frowned. If Gu Changa's maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who tried to kill him some time ago, then it was very likely that Gu Changa did not know about this. He also did not know that his maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who hid very well. But there was another possibility. In fact, Gu Changa knew about this, but he had always acquiesced and turned a blind eye. The reason why the inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changa several times was also because of this. From the previous incident when the inheritor of the demonic arts tried to kill him, the little war immortal could feel that the inheritor of the demonic arts was very strong, but it was only limited. It was not to the extent that it could easily kill him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape by chance. Compared with the inheritor of the demonic arts who only Gu Changa could control, there was obviously a big gap. Looking at it this way, it made sense why such a weak inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changa several times. This matter must be reported to the sect after the Divine Stone Convention. Otherwise, it will definitely be a big deal. It's really too scary. No matter which possibility it was, the little war immortal felt that this matter was very troublesome and his whole body was slightly trembling. He did not dare to tell this matter to a second person, for fear of alerting the enemy. Otherwise, his situation would become extremely dangerous, and he might not even be able to leave Kuinwu City. Since the little war immortal did not want to say more, and she did not ask further, she had come here mainly for the 7 divine stones. Then she said something to Niu Tian and Jiang Qin behind her. The two glanced at each other and nodded. Soon there was a great commotion. The brilliant stones were cut open one after another. Rich lights gushed out, like a colorful sea of 643 tides. Jiang Qin launched an attack. He showed his skills as a divine origin master. A group of people surrounded him, all of them with white heads. Many older people's eyes lit up. They hoped Jiang Qin could help them cut some longevity herbs. The other divine origin masters also came over. They wanted to see Jiang Qin's skills with their own eyes. However, they were disappointed when they saw it. They did not see any great skills. Jiang Qin picked up the stones casually, as if they were watermelons. He said there must be something good hidden in them. Such skills were very different from what they had expected from a divine origin master, but they could not find any other explanation except for the divine origin master's explanation. He doesn't look like a divine origin master. Instead, it looks like he has some kind of talent or skill. He can tell whether there are any divine objects in them. But it's really admirable that he can cut stones with such talent. 6-crowned king, the heavenly phoenix maiden, and others also came over. They came to this conclusion after witnessing Jiang Chen's skills. The whole Kuan-Wu city had been shocked when Jiang Chen had cut out so many divine objects. Since he was going to cut stones, this place was immediately crowded. Many big shots came over. Even Yu Fiya, the eldest princess of the Yu dynasty, showed up. Her eyes were bright and beautiful. She was observing Jiang Chen's skills carefully. Looks like he's going to steal the show. That's a good plan. Gu Chang'e, waiting for the fairy fetus to show up, noticed the other side. Raising his eyebrows, he guessed what Jiang Chen and others were up to. Many big shots from the upper realms had gathered here. If Jiang Chen helped him after showing his skills, the other big shots would appreciate him easily. For the ANS, and even in Shi, this was a good chance to get favors from those big shots. Gu Chang'e did not plan to intervene. His smile became a little strange. The higher he stood now, the more despair he would feel when he fell. Chapter 553. Jiang Chen was a respected divine origin master, but he had another identity that had not been exposed. He was the evil guy who had killed the leaders of various religious sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He might even have something as good as the divine personality of Void with him. Not to mention that Gu Chang'e had planted a demon seed in him. This thing was a time bomb. As long as he wanted to, he could ruin Jiang Chen's reputation in an instant. He would become a rat despised by the whole world. However, it was not the right time yet. Gu Chang'e was not going to do that. He needed to make use of Jiang Chen to attack Mount Kuan this time. Gu Chang'e, I think there's something good in this wonder stone too. At this moment, Gu Xian'er's voice came. It interrupted Gu Chang'e's thoughts. He looked back. If there's something good, cut it. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He glanced at the wonder stone she had chosen. There were many stones in this corner. Many practitioners were picking them. Although Jiang Chen had caused a great disturbance, not all of the cultivators went over to watch them. Seeing Gu Chang'e not interested in it, Gu Xian'er murmured, "I'm just telling you." Then she asked the stone-cutting master to cut the wonder stone open for her. At once, dazzling light filled the air, causing another round of commotion. Undoubtedly, this was the birth of a precious treasure. The energy fluctuation alone was enough to make people take it seriously. Not until then did many people recall that Gu Xian'er was also suspected to have the inheritance of a divine origin master. She was very good at picking stones. However, compared to Jiang Chen, who was alone, Gu Xian'er was not someone they could get close to. At this thought, they felt sorry for her. The Divine Stone Convention had attracted the attention of the whole upper realm. Almost all the famous people had shown up, picking stones in every corner. They patted them left and right, looking at them as if they were choosing watermelons from fruit farmers at a roadside stall. Dazzling lights could be seen everywhere at every moment, illuminating the sky of this place. Many ancient existences would even fight over a piece of strange stone. Not long after, the rest of the 7 great divine stones appeared one after another. Many figures gathered over, surrounding this place, continuously sizing it up. There were even some who used ancient methods in an attempt to trigger its resonance. Apart from the void spirit demon stone, the rest of the divine stones were also of different shapes. There was even a piece that had 7 orifices and was as tall as a child. It was like a beating heart, and every orifice was flowing with radiance. It was enshrouded in mist, and it was colorful as it swallowed the Tao rhythm of the world. It is rumored that the 7-orifice divine stone nurtures a creature. It is a type of unrivaled creature that was born and matured. This seven-orifice divine stone has always been sealed under the Tao attainment treasure in Kuan Wu City. It has been absorbing the Emperor's aura day and night. Now, it already has some Emperor's aura. If it is allowed to come out, it will be absolutely unimaginable. Many ancient figures walked up, carefully sizing up this seven-aperture divine stone. They could see multicolored light surging within the apertures, continuously interweaving and spreading outwards like a layer of mist. If a cultivator's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would even feel waves of fear and involuntarily worship this seven-orifice divine stone. As the seven-orifice divine stone of the seven great divine stones, it was also the most special among them because it could not be cut open. Its origin was not small. It was obtained by an ancient Taoist master from a certain immortal demon Tao field. At that time, the rules of heaven and earth had not been broken yet. Those who could be called Taoist masters had at least surpassed the immortal realm. Therefore, in many people's opinion, this seven-orifice divine stone was very likely to be the descendant of a former unrivaled existence, sealed in the form of a divine stone. This seven-orifice divine stone had been placed in Kuan Wu City for more than a few eras. During this period, some people had tried to steal it using various methods, but in the end they all failed. Either they accidentally touched the Tao attainment treasure guarding this stone, or they were obliterated by the restrictive array patterns on its surface, vanishing into thin air and died. Gu Chang'e paid attention to this seven-orifice divine stone. He felt that it seemed to be transmitting a kind of fear and avoidance to him. This made him somewhat interested. It seemed that this seven-orifice divine stone had already developed a considerable amount of spiritual intelligence. Apart from the seven-orifice divine stone, there was another divine stone that attracted the most attention. To be precise, it was a divine fetus. It was half the height of a person, and it was placed in a pile of celestial materials. Its entire body was like a clear and flawless jasper, sparkling and translucent. One could see dense celestial mist flowing within it, and wisps of it curled around the divine fetus. At every moment, one could see countless Taoist rhythms and spiritual opportunities surging in between heaven and earth, being swallowed and absorbed by it. In fact, even the cultivators standing beside it would feel as if their Tao hearts were clear, and they could even meditate where they were, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The origin of this divine fetus was even more mysterious. Some said that it fell from the 9 heavens, and some said that it came from a heavenly river that flowed through the celestial realm and flowed along the heavenly river into this realm. There were too many rumors about this divine fetus. Every night, one could see the glow of the Milky Way falling from the heavens, illuminating the vault of heaven, and finally converging into this divine fetus. At this moment, many people were surrounding this divine fetus, carefully sizing it up. A group of ancient existences were using various methods to size it up. Their bodies were glowing brilliantly, and they were using all kinds of great techniques and abilities, trying to pry into the true form of this divine fetus. This divine fetus has been deposited in Kuan Wu City for several eras. If one wants to cut it open, they must exchange it with celestial essences, and the amount of celestial essences required is not small. Even the imperishable orthodoxies would find it difficult to come up with this amount. Celestial essences are rare to begin with, and since the immortal Tao has not manifested, the imperishable orthodoxies are already considered to have a strong foundation if they can come up with 1 or 2 pieces. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed inwardly, thinking that it would be very difficult to see this divine fetus being cut open in their lifetime. What were celestial essences? They were spirit crystals that contained celestial essences, and their value was immeasurable. Even those who had achieved the Tao would covet them and fight for them. If a celestial essence appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. If one wanted to cut open this divine fetus, the amount of celestial essences required was even more unimaginable. Even if those who had achieved the Tao spent all of their wealth, it would still be very difficult for them to get enough celestial essences. Unless the imperishable orthodoxies worked together to make do, they would never be able to cut open this divine fetus. As a result, although there were many people around this divine fetus, they were just sizing it up casually, and none of them approached it. "What's in this divine fetus? Can you tell?" And she, Junior Warlord, Nyo Tian, Jiang Qin, and the others also came over, and she asked Jiang Chen, who was next to her, while gazing at this divine fetus passionately. Jiang Chen pretended to be sizing it up carefully, but he was actually asking the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat in his mind. There's definitely something good in it, and its value is beyond imagination. No matter what it costs, as long as it can be cut open, it won't be a loss. The voice of the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat came. He could not hide his shock. Jiang Chen was shocked. He looked serious. He told she and the others exactly what he had said. The others around them also heard it, but they didn't doubt it. After all, Jiang Qin had proved his identity and his means. What a pity. This divine fetus needs many celestial essences to be cut open. Even though we know there's something good in it, we're not qualified to cut it open. Junior Warlord shook his head regretfully. Many people agreed with him. Even young supreme venerables like Six Crown King and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden agreed with him. This divine fetus was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. Almost no one in the current upper realms could afford so many celestial essences to cut it open. The divine fetus is mysterious. It might even contain something of the immortal doctrine. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Princess Euphia was also staring at this divine fetus without blinking. She was touched. She had a hunch that the last page of the incomplete scripture of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was probably related to this divine fetus. It was an intuition that was hard to explain. If all the forces collected the celestial essences, we might be able to figure it out. However, if there were any celestial essences, they would have been taken away by that ancient to practice. How could they have been left here? The Heaven Monster Monarch said, shaking his head, walking over. There seemed to be a strange scene in his purple eyes. Gazing at the divine fetus, he said, "Isn't there any other way to cut it open?" Jiang Qin was also excited. He could not help but ask, and she, "No." Many ancient beings took an oath to the natural law together, and she said, shaking her head, she was not disappointed. She had never thought about this divine fetus. Her target was the ominous stone that had caused the Kuin Mountains disturbance. Do we have to wait until it's left here? Will the celestial stone be covered with dust? I don't think it's a good idea to leave it here. Why don't we cut it open? Jiang Qin had learned from the celestial boat's vessel spirit how precious the thing in this divine fetus was. Of course, he did not want to leave it here. If you can give me the corresponding celestial essences, of course this divine fetus will be yours to cut open. A white-bearded old man with a cold face walked over from another direction. He was emitting a terrifying energy. The practitioners on the scene felt their bones cracking. They almost could not help but kneel down. He spoke calmly. However, everyone turned pale when he spoke. They became respectful to him. This was an accomplished doctrine. He was very old. He was one of the people who had taken an oath to the natural law. Jiang Qin turned pale. He felt embarrassed. Apparently, he had not expected an accomplished doctrine to show up. He did want to cut open this divine fetus. But where would he get the celestial essences? He had not even seen what celestial essences looked like. Since you don't have the celestial essences, don't even think about cutting the stone. You don't deserve it. The white-bearded old man glanced at Jiang Qin calmly, as if he had seen through him. He did not show any mercy to Jiang Qin, as if he was looking at a bumpkin. He did not like Jiang Qin at all. He wanted to cut open this divine fetus to have a look. Then what should they, who had taken an oath to the natural law, do? Seeing this accomplished doctrine irritated, the people on the scene could not help but quieten down. They kept quiet out of fear. Even the other ancient beings did not speak. They did not want to offend him at this moment. Jiang Qin turned pale. He was annoyed that he had been so humiliated in front of so many people. However, under the accomplished doctrine's slight energy, he could not help but tremble slightly. His skin was about to explode. He turned pale. It was difficult for him to stand still. Jiang Qin had shown his extraordinary power a moment ago. He had won the favor of many big shots. However, in front of an accomplished doctrine, no one dared to stand up for him. Even his good friend Niu Tian turned pale. He was almost suffocating. The accomplished doctrine was at the peak of the upper realm. They could not get in touch with him normally. He could kill them hundreds of millions of times with just a breath. This divine fetus is really extraordinary. Today we can cut it open to have a look. The people kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare utter a single word. However, at this moment, Gu Chang'e, who had been sizing up this divine fetus for a long time, suddenly spoke with a chuckle. The white-bearded old man was struck dumb at first. Then he came to himself. He was obviously surprised. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, he calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. But I wonder why you said that, young Lord Chang'e? What, do you want to cut it open?" The people on the scene were also surprised. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to also want to cut open this divine fetus. Jiang Chen did not deserve it, but Gu Chang'e was different. If he really wanted to cut it open, he might be able to get enough immortal crystals. In today's upper realm, there was no one wealthier than Gu Chang'e. Chapter 554. What? Young Master Chang'e is going to cut the fairy fetus? Is it true? Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, everyone couldn't help but look over in shock. Even the practitioners who had been inspecting the rest of the 7 divine stones not far away were surprised. They hurried over to surround Jiang Qin. They wanted to see what was going on. In fact, they had noticed Jiang Qin when that accomplished Tao master had scolded him. After all, it was rare to see a divine origin master. Jiang Qin had been a big shot recently. At least in the current market, few people did not know him. A moment ago, Jiang Qin had helped the older generation's experts to cut out several longevity herbs, and they had a good impression of him. However, when it came to offending an accomplished Tao master, everyone made the same choice. They stood aside and watched the show in silence. They pretended they had not seen anything. They did not say anything. Almost instantly, the news that Gu Chang'e was going to cut the fairy fetus spread around the market. It caused a great sensation. Everyone knew about the fairy fetus. It was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. No one could afford to cut it. "Young Master Chang'e, are you going to cut the fairy fetus?" Streaks of divine rainbows flew over one after another. Many people carried great interest as they hurried over. Is that fairy fetus really going to be cut open today? In another direction, many big shots also came after hearing the news. They were shocked. They did not think Gu Chang'e was joking. If it's Brother Gu, we might really be able to gather those immortal crystals. Maybe we can feast our eyes today. That divine origin master doesn't look like someone who can afford fairy crystals. The heavenly phoenix princess said in a low voice. Her pretty face was full of splendor. She was very proud. Few people could make her take seriously. Gu Chang'e was the only exception. She frowned when Jiang Qin said he was going to cut the stone. She felt he was overthinking. Young Master Chang'e doesn't look like someone who would open his mouth casually. Thanks to him, maybe we can see what's in the 643 fairy fetus. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Euphia, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Gu Chang'e. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her figure was tall and slender, exuding a noble and elegant temperament. At this moment, her eyes were glued to Gu Chang'e without blinking, causing many young elites who had been secretly watching her to lament in their hearts. It seems that Brother Gu can really take out things like immortal crystals. It's said that not only did he empty out the Violet Palace, he also took the largest amount of resources when he was in the 8 Desolates, 10 regions. He basically plundered all of the ancient clans. 6 Crown King couldn't hide his envy. They were considered to have some status, but compared to Guchanga, they were even worse than beggars. Young Lord Changa, are you serious? The white-bearded old man was also shocked to hear the discussions around him. In his opinion, Jiang Qin couldn't be compared to Guchanga at all. It would be an insult to Guchanga even if one were to describe him as being in heaven and the other on earth. How could a person like Jiang Qin be qualified to cut a stone? He probably hadn't even seen what immortal crystals looked like. Divine origin masters weren't any different from ordinary cultivators in the eyes of doctrine achievers like them. Since Guchanga had stated that he would cut a stone, it was enough for him to take him seriously. I'm serious. Senior, do I look like I'm joking? A divine fetus is indeed not something that just anyone can cut. Guchanga smiled faintly, his expression natural. The white-bearded old man also revealed a smile. He glanced at Jiang Qin and said in agreement, Young Lord Changa, you're right. Everyone understood what he was implying, and they all looked at Jiang Qin with a mocking and playful look. Bang! At this moment, many powerful and terrifying auras appeared in the sky. The people who had rushed over were all ancient existences. Their expressions were grave, and they were surrounded by chaotic energy. They were quite vague. Many of them had made a heavenly law oath, and they couldn't violate the principle of cutting a stone. Can Guchanga really afford so many immortal crystals? Jiang Chen's face was very pale. He felt like his face was burning, as if he had been humiliated and then slapped in the face. Young Lord Changa, when we made a heavenly law oath, we said that this divine fetus was worth 100 immortal crystals. 100 immortal crystals are enough to buy this divine fetus. One of the ancient existences who had rushed over said, seriously, although he was a doctrine achiever, he didn't dare be arrogant in front of Guchanga. He treated him like a peer. What? Hiss! 100 immortal crystals. Isn't this price a bit too high? The crowd had been looking forward to this, but when they heard this, they all turned pale and gasped. Many seniors and leaders of great sects who knew what immortal crystals were felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They had underestimated the value of this divine fetus. They had thought 10 immortal crystals was the limit. However, to their surprise, it was 100 immortal crystals. This was already an unimaginable price. It was extremely difficult for the current upper realms to get 100 immortal crystals. Which force could be sure that they could get 100 immortal crystals? 100 immortal crystals? How dare you ask for that? The grand ancestor of the annals, and Wang Shan, showed up behind and she and others. His face was twitching slightly. Apparently he was shocked. Granduncle, what do 100 immortal crystals mean? And she, Jiang Qin, and others were puzzled. They still didn't know what 100 immortal crystals meant. However, judging from the big shot's pale faces, it must be something special. I was lucky enough to get an immortal crystal. I hit it well. Later, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. It was thanks to that immortal crystal. It contained fragments of the immortal doctrine and even some immortal source. For an immortal force, 100 immortal crystals can even create many doctrine achievers in a short time. And Wang Shan couldn't help but say, shaking his head. He looked envious. Many practitioners who didn't know about 100 immortal crystals, including the monarch of the celestial monsters and the junior combat immortal, couldn't help but gasp. They were shocked. For an ordinary, imperishable sect, a single Tao enlightened being was already in existence that could not be considered as part of their foundation. However, these 100 immortal crystals were able to create many Tao-achieving cultivators. Furthermore, they were able to do so in a short period of time. This was simply a divine object, whose value was hard to estimate. If he had 100 immortal crystals, who would buy this divine stone with them? Someone couldn't help but murmur. He was extremely shocked. He hadn't come to himself yet. No matter how rich Guchanga is, he can't afford so many immortal crystals. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin was also shocked. When he had come to himself, he stared at Guchanga with reddened eyes. He clenched his fists. He was reluctant to accept the fact. He had been fighting so hard for some practicing resources. He had almost lost his life, but he hadn't even seen an immortal crystal. However, Guchanga was so arrogant. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of 100 immortal crystals. He was calm and composed. He couldn't accept it. He recalled how resolute Xiao Ruoyin had been when she had abandoned him. After all, as long as she followed Guchanga, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She would have endless practicing resources, methods, and theurgies to choose from. She wouldn't have to worry about anything. If she had run away with him, she would not only face Guchanga's pursuit, but she would also have to worry about every spiritual stone she could use for practicing. The huge and cold gap between their states was like an invisible mountain. It weighed heavily on Jiang Chen's heart. He couldn't even breathe. He clenched his fists tightly. Although he could understand Xiao Ruoyin's choice, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't forgive it. 100 immortal crystals? Although the price is a little scary, but it's still acceptable. I want this immortal fetus. However, when the crowd was shocked by the price of this immortal fetus, Guchanga shook his head. He seemed to sigh softly. It seemed like he was reluctant to pay it. It's still acceptable? The expressions of the white-bearded old man and the others became complicated. They were shocked, dumbfounded, and in disbelief. They had been prepared for Guchanga to shake his head and refuse the price. However, they hadn't expected him to say that it was acceptable. This made them wonder if their ears were playing tricks on them. They weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. The mouths of the many great sex masters and the older generation's legendary experts were also half open. They couldn't utter a single word. How rich did he have to be able to say something like that? The expressions of the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, Euphia, and the others froze. They were shocked. They opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. However, I don't have immortal crystals, but I do have some of this. Take a look. If it's suitable, I'll have someone cut this immortal fetus. Guchanga shook his head slightly. He didn't plan on wasting words. He raised his hand, and a sealed jade jar fell into the white-bearded old man's hand. Back in the immortal ancient continent, he had entered the immortal gate with Yumingkong's help. He had obtained many immortal essences. Actually, immortal essences were immortal sources. The two came from the same source. After Guchanga gave some to Yumingkong, Yimei, and the others, he still kept a lot for himself. He had refined some over the years, but there was still a lot left. That was why he casually took out a bit. Immortal crystals were the spirit crystals of immortal sources. The most important material was immortal sources. A fist-sized immortal sources was enough to refine dozens of immortal crystals. His jar was more than enough. Guchanga was not at all worried that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. In the entire upper realm, who would dare to blatantly steal something from him? Looking at this scene, especially seeing Guchanga's understatement, everyone's expression was a little bit stifled, and they were speechless. No immortal crystals? Then what was sealed in the jade jar? The white-bearded old man and the others nodded. They didn't talk nonsense. They understood that with Guchanga's identity, he wouldn't play tricks on them. That was why they waved their sleeves and sealed the surrounding space. This way, everyone could only see some of the scenes inside, but couldn't hear their conversation. In the next moment, the white-bearded old man and the others were shocked when they saw that every piece of the immortal path in the jade jar was formed by interweaving immortal path fragments. They were filled with a surging and vast aura. Their bodies shook violently and they couldn't believe it. They almost instantly determined what this was. Their expressions changed drastically, and their breathing became extremely rapid. They looked at each other and quickly sealed the jade jar again. They didn't dare to let the slightest bit of aura leak out. As people who had attained the Tao, they were naturally not stupid. They understood that the value of these things surpassed immortal crystals. Chapter 555. This is a big deal. You should understand. The white-bearded old man said to the ancient existences next to him in a deep voice. He put the jade jar away carefully as if it was very precious. Immortal crystals were hard to find, not to mention the things in the jar, which were many times rarer than immortal crystals. They had to be careful. Don't worry. We all know what it is. The other ancient existences took a deep breath. They looked serious. Glancing at each other, they guaranteed. According to the oath of the natural law, of course they had a share of the immortal essences in the jar. So, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Then they waved their hands to remove the formation around them. A few people walked out from the crowd. Compared to before, the expressions on their faces had changed. There was some unconcealable joy. Young Lord Changa, don't worry. This is a big deal. We know. You can cut this immortal fetus. They smiled and said to Gu Changa, who was in front of them, as to how Gu Changa had gotten so many immortal essences. They didn't need to think about it. Although they knew Gu Changa probably had more immortal essences, they didn't have the nerve to be greedy. Looking at this scene, although everyone outside was shocked, puzzled, they were very curious about what exactly was in that jade jar. But they could only suppress their curiosity. They didn't have the nerve to ask. After all, every doctrine achiever in front of them could kill them thousands of times in a snap of their fingers. They should know about this. Of course they would know. They shouldn't have known. If they had known, they might have brought a fatal disaster upon themselves. However, everyone was sure about one thing. The things in the jade jar were definitely more precious than the so-called immortal crystals. Otherwise, those ancient existences wouldn't have been so shocked. This is impossible. How did Gu Changa get something more precious than 100 immortal crystals? How could he get them so easily? Jiangchen was reluctant to accept this. He wanted to see Gu Changa lose face in public, but things didn't go as he wished. 100 immortal crystals was not difficult for Gu Changa at all, and the thing he took out was obviously more precious than the immortal crystals. Jiangchen was not only unwilling to accept this, but he also felt very jealous of him. Something even more precious than immortal crystals? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, Sky Demon Monarch, and the other young Supremes held their breaths as waves of shock rose in their hearts. The shock that Gu Changa had given them today was simply too great. He originally thought that even Gu Changa would find it difficult to take out 100 immortal crystals, but in the end he casually took out something even more precious than immortal crystals. What was that? They were extremely curious. No matter what, it was definitely related to the immortal Tao. Since that's the case, let's begin. Gu Changa didn't care about the shocked expressions of the people around him. He spoke casually to the stone-cutting masters who were still in a daze. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing this, the stone-cutting masters came back to their senses. Their words were filled with shock and trembling, and they felt that their hands and feet had become sluggish. They had been cutting ores all their lives, but this was the first time they were cutting the 7 divine stones. If this matter was passed down, it could even make their descendants proud, and it could even be passed down through the ages. This made them feel that the stone knives in their hands had become heavy and trembling, and their palms were full of cold sweat. After all, this was the most valuable deity fetus among the 7 divine stones. Just the price of a scrap was enough to make them feel despair and tremble all over. Now that it was in front of them, they didn't even dare to cut it. We really have to cut this deity fetus. This trip to Kunwa City was worth it. To be able to see the 7 divine stones being cut open, this old man's life was worth it. Yeah, I never thought that I would be able to see this deity fetus being cut open in my lifetime. Many of the older generation were so excited that their faces were red and their bodies were trembling. They were even more excited than when they were cutting the stone themselves. As expected of young Master Changa, he actually bought this deity fetus. This is definitely a big matter that will shake the upper realm. With so many resources, I feel like he can totally buy an imperishable sect. I don't dare to imagine how a person can have so much money. What do you mean by rich and overbearing? This is rich and overbearing. He bought this deity fetus without even batting an eyelid. Many young people were also in high spirits. They stared at the tall and slender figure in front of them, and their eyes were full of undisguised reverence and passion. Many talented girls were also staring at Gu Changa with admiration and reverence. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at him. Young Master Changa, don't worry about cutting the stone. We have already sealed off the heaven and earth here. If the thing in the deity fetus wants to escape, we can trap it in the first moment. The white-bearded old man and the others waved their hands and flicked their fingers, sending out runes that enveloped the heaven and earth here. She begged for fresh flowers. Terrifying fluctuations of Taoist artifacts spread out, pressing down on everyone's heart like the evening drum and morning bell. There were formation patterns flashing in the sky, and thousands of divine chains of order intertwined and fell down like a soul-stirring waterfall. Taoist artifacts floated there, and just a corner of them exuded a majestic and vast pressure. They were simple and heavy, enough to crush all living things. Gu Changa nodded slightly, indicating that the stone-cutting masters didn't have to be nervous and could just cut directly. Boom! An unimaginable commotion broke out in this place, and it was extremely noisy. Almost in an instant, the market square was completely surrounded by people, and it was packed with people. In the distance, there were more divine rainbows flying over. They had all heard the news that Gu Changa bought the deity fetus at a high price and was going to cut it open. They wanted to see the grand scene. The deity fetus was wrapped in layers of deity fog, surrounded by multicolored light, and sat quietly among the many deity materials. Many strange phenomena were manifesting, and wisps of Taoist rhyme and spiritual opportunity surged into it, even forming a small vortex. As if it knew that it was going to be cut open, more intense deity light and Taoist rhyme spread out from it. Don't worry, young Master Changa. We'll be careful when cutting the stone. We won't damage it at all. The expressions of the few old men in charge of cutting the stone also gradually calmed down. They took a deep breath and began to show their special skills. Silver blades flew, and large amounts of stone fragments drifted down. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking, not daring to miss out on the slightest detail. Kacha! When the sound of the stone being cut rang out, everyone trembled, and the surroundings quietened down. No one said anything, and they were all focused on watching. Stone fragments rustled down. The stone-cutting masters were sweating profusely as they carefully cut off the layers of stone on the surface of the deity fetus. Everyone heard a wondrous Tao voice resounding in the void. It was as if a perfected immortal was sitting cross-legged on this deity fetus, chanting the immortal scripture for everyone. Strange phenomena appeared in the world. Golden lotuses descended from the sky, and clear springs surged from the ground. Pieces of sparkling deity light turned into petals and fell around the deity fetus with extreme beauty. It's definitely a deity treasure. It contains unimaginable value. The sect masters of the great sects breathed rapidly, and they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation was showing signs of loosening at this moment. The Tao attainment artifacts hanging around also trembled slightly at this moment. Wave-like ripples spread out, and a vast Tao voice resounded in the sky. Ordinary. Chapter 556. Everyone felt that they were about to become immortals. Their skin became sparkling and translucent. Dense, immortal light intertwined and filled the air, drowning this place. As more and more stones fell, the light inside the divine fetus became even more dazzling. In the end, the light in this place became too bright. It was as if a blazing sun was awakening within. It was vast and majestic, turning into a smoke signal that directly penetrated outside of Kunwu City and into outer space. This scene was too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They felt that their eyes would be blinded by that light. They couldn't look directly at it. Even those who had achieved the Tao chose to close their eyes. They couldn't see what was hidden inside the dense, immortal light. A heavenly book. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. While everyone else was closing their eyes, he was able to see clearly what was inside the divine fetus. It was a sparkling and resplendent ancient book. It quietly floated among the broken stones. It was unknown what material it was made of. It was filled with an immortal aura that had been through the vicissitudes of time. This vast fluctuation was caused by the words on the book. Its origin was clearly mysterious and extraordinary. Buzz! In the next moment, Gu Changa reached out and directly grabbed the heavenly book. All the light dimmed and became silent. This heavenly book was a little different from the heaviness he imagined. This heavenly book was very light, as if it was made of Daluo immortal gold. The edges were suffused with immortal silver light. Each word was as heavy as a star, containing obscure and profound mysteries. Immortal seal. Gu Changa recognized the two ancient words on the book. His eyes were a little strange. However, when he tried to open this heavenly book, he felt a terrifying power as majestic as the world descend. It directly bounced his fingers away, and he couldn't easily turn the pages. A heavenly book was cut out of the divine fetus. At this time, everyone also noticed the silver heavenly book in Gu Changa's hand. They were extremely shocked. Many who had achieved the Tao were also shocked. They could feel that this silver heavenly book was extraordinary. Just the immortal aura alone was as if it had experienced countless eras. They even suspected that this was a real immortal scripture that recorded many heavenly arts and divine abilities in the immortal realm. It's not a living creature, but a heavenly book? His origin is absolutely unimaginable. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone stared fixedly at the heavenly book in Gu Changa's hands. It was difficult for them to conceal their burning desire. They were extremely envious and jealous. Even Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six Crown King. These type of proud and arrogant young supreme beings, right now, their breathing became a bit hurried, their eyes also a bit red, clearly incredibly envious. Jiang Qin was even more envious. He was so jealous that he almost ground his teeth into pieces, but he was trying his best to stay calm. Such an immortal treasure was taken away by Gu Changa right in front of him, and he could only watch. This item definitely has a lot to do with the pages of the Diyu immortal scripture. I have to think of a way the expression of the great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Euphia, turned solemn as she stared at the heavenly book without blinking. She knew that coming to the Deity Stone Convention this time was definitely the right choice, and her heart was burning with anger. At this moment, almost everyone wanted to take a look at the heavenly book's true appearance, but it was in Gu Changa's hands, so no one dared to ask. This item was very important, and Gu Changa had spent 100 immortal crystals to cut it out. Even if they were tempted and wanted to take a look, they would probably have to pay a terrible price. Although the white-bearded old man and the others were also burning with eagerness. After taking the immortal spirit, they understood that this item belonged to Gu Changa. They glanced around slowly and snorted coldly. Put away your petty thoughts. Don't tell me that you dare to covet something that belongs to young Lord Changa? Do you want to die? Several Tao achievers spoke, and their voices contained special doctrine rhythm and pressure. Many people who were blinded by jealousy were shocked, and they came back to themselves, their backs covered with cold sweat. If they had any other intentions, they probably wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. Not to mention Gu Changa. Even the few Tao achievers in front of them would not allow them to covet this item. Moreover, Gu Changa was not a kind person. If they dared to covet his item, they would not even know how to spell the word death. Even the sect masters and the older generation of legendary figures sighed in their hearts at this moment. They knew that if they wanted to take a look at the heavenly book, they would at least have to pay a price that would satisfy Gu Changa. However, they only thought about it. A divine treasure that cost 100 immortal crystals to cut out. Even if they just wanted to take a look, it would probably cost a sky-high price that would make them feel despair. With their status, they might not be able to afford such a price. Someone cautiously asked Gu Changa through voice transmission, asking how they could take a look at the heavenly book. However, Gu Changa didn't seem to care at all. After looking at the heavenly book for a while, he kept it. He didn't care about the sound transmissions and the burning gazes of the sect masters. He knew that what happened today would definitely cause a huge uproar in the upper realm. Many forces and orthodoxies might have some devious thoughts. However, he did not care about that. Things like possessing a jade ring would not happen to him, at least in the current upper realm. No forces would dare to do so openly. Congratulations, young Lord Changa, for obtaining a copy of the heavenly book. You've allowed us to feast our eyes on it. You fulfilled a lifetime wish. After that, the crowd stepped forward to express their congratulations, not daring to mention the matter of viewing the heavenly book. Gu Changa's expression did not change much. He planned to study this heavenly book properly when he had time. The 2 words immortal bestowment made him feel that this heavenly book was not as simple as he thought. Now that the upper realm's rules are incomplete, it's difficult for many orthodoxies to produce immortals. In my opinion, this mysterious heavenly book might have recorded something related to this. Young Lord Changa is open-minded and generous. It's really a blessing for the current upper realm to obtain this heavenly book. It just so happens that many seniors are gathered here today. In my opinion, why don't young Master Changa be generous and let the seniors take a look at the heavenly book? If they can find a way to crack it, wouldn't it be a great contribution to the entire upper realm? I think all the cultivators would be sincerely grateful to young Master Changa. If I get this heavenly book, I'll definitely let all seniors have a look at it. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Chun walked over with a smile on his face. He looked sincere, as if he really cared about her. He had planned to disgust Gu Changa. Anyway, since he had already offended him, he was not afraid that Gu Changa would hold a grudge against him again, and it was obvious that he was doing this for the sake of the world. At the same time, he was doing this for the sake of becoming an immortal. He was doing this for the sake of the greater good. He had implicated many seniors on the scene, including the leaders of the great sects, the older generation, and even a few achievements. After all, he was doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing this for their sake. Then Jiang Qin showed a kind smile. He was waiting for Gu Changa's answer, as if he did not care about the consequences of this matter at all. However, upon hearing this, the whole market went silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. However, the crowd turned pale. They glanced at Gu Changa uneasily, as if they were afraid he would misunderstand them. The older generation, who had been on good terms with Jiang Qin, were also shocked. They hurried to stay as far away from him as possible. The leaders of the great sects also stared at Jiang Qin coldly. They were not young. Even their eyelashes were hollow. Of course they understood what this divine origin master was implying. He just wanted to take this opportunity to disgust Gu Changa. However, by doing this, he was going to implicate them as well. In the current upper realm, everyone knew how strong Gu Changa was. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do this. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? Gu Changa stopped. He glanced at Jiang Chun with interest. He really hadn't expected Jiang Qin to say such a thing to him at such a moment. Was he really clever? Or was there something wrong with his head? Was he blinded by jealousy? Ignorant kid, you're just a clown. You think you're smart, Who are you? How dare you teach young Lord Changa how to do things? The white-bearded old man beside Gu Changa also turned cold. He felt more and more that this Jiang Chen was not a good guy. Maybe there was something wrong with his head. He didn't waste time. He rolled up his sleeves. A great power gushed out and hit Jiang Chen. The smile on Jiang Chen's face froze immediately. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of his internal organs, and was sent flying. If the white-bearded old man had not controlled his power carefully, Jiang Chen would have exploded. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. P.S. The main chapter is blocked. It is divided into 2 chapters. Chapter 5:57. Seeing this, the people in the market kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, even those from the ANS who were not on good terms with Gu Changa did not have the nerve to speak up for Jiang Chen, because even they thought what Jiang Chen had done was too stupid. It was stupid, or he was thinking too much. He had no power or influence. At most, he had some inheritances of divine origin masters, but he wanted to instigate others to get Gu Changa's heavenly book. Wasn't this courting death? The others were not stupid. Who would take the risk of offending Gu Changa and stand up for him at this moment? This so-called righteousness was no different from stupidity. Little Chinzi, are you all right? Niu Tian hurried to help Jiang Chen to his feet. He could not help but ask him worriedly. He did not understand why Jiang Chen had spoken to Gu Changa like that, either. Compared to the calm and steady Jiang Chen he knew, there was a huge gap between him and the usual Jiang Chen. He thought Jiang Chen had been blinded by hatred. That was why he had spoken to Gu Changa like that. Niu Tian did not know what had happened between Jiang Chen and Xiao Ruin. Jiang Chen thought it was a shame. He had not mentioned it to Niu Tian. I'm fine. Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain all over his body. He stood up with difficulty. He looked very embarrassed. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and shook his head. He felt extremely humiliated. Then he clenched his fists. Seeing Gu Changa, who had walked away with disdain and indifference, Jiang Chen became silent. He had not expected this at all. He had planned to annoy Gu Changa with this, to avenge Gu Changa's loss of the woman he loved. But to his surprise, these people's reactions were totally different from what he had expected. In this world, morality was important. Obviously, he had been blinded by jealousy. He had been too naive. These people were more afraid of Gu Changa than he had imagined. Take a rest. The ominous stone of the 7 divine stones hasn't shown up yet. And she, Junior Warlock Immortal, and others walked over to express their concern for Jiang Chen. She had just witnessed what had happened, so she didn't interfere. And she knew clearly that if she attacked him forcefully, she would probably end up in the same situation as Jiang Chen. Teach Gu Changa how to do things? She didn't know where Jiang Chen had gotten his courage from. She figured no one would have the nerve to say such a thing except for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was a hothead, he obviously had another plan. He had tried to disgust Gu Changa from the moral high ground. This was not something an ordinary person would dare to think about. He only has himself to blame. You are being foolish. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King, and the other young Supreme Venerables glanced at Jiang Chen and shook their heads slightly. It was obvious that they disdained him. Originally, they were suspicious of this divine origin master. After witnessing what had happened that day, he felt Jiang Chen didn't live up to his reputation. What he had done couldn't be described as just stupid. Even if he was blinded by jealousy, he would not say such words. In many people's eyes, what had happened was just a small episode. After this incident, Jiang Chen's image as a divine origin master was greatly damaged in many people's eyes. Especially in many people's eyes, what Jiang Chen had done had already offended Gu Changa. After offending Gu Changa, it would be very difficult for him to settle down in the upper realm from now on. He would be restricted in many ways. Those forces and orthodoxies who had planned to extend their olive branches to Jiang Chen started to hesitate. Compared to this, the news that the celestial fetus of the 7 divine stones had been cut open and that a mysterious heavenly book had been found spread across the upper realm at a terrifying speed. It caused a great disturbance. All the heavens of the upper realm were shocked by this news. Many orthodoxies and forces started to discuss it immediately. A mysterious heavenly book that had been cut out of 100 immortal crystals. How could it be a simple thing? If the person who had cut out the heavenly book was not Guchanga, but someone else, endless bloodshed would have started already. During this time, some practitioners noticed a dreadful black demon cloud, shrouding thousands of miles, was approaching Kanwa City from the sea area where the demon mountain was. It was so dark that it covered the sky and the sun. It was surging violently. Many black thunderbolts were striking in it. Chaotic energy filled the air. All kinds of dreadful demons showed up. They had dense scales and flowing demon wings. It was quite frightening. Since the demon mountain had been established, it had taken in demons from all heavens of the upper realm. It had become a great force that many orthodoxies could not underestimate, especially the master of the demon mountain, the red-clothed female demon who had been born in the demon burial abyss. She had killed so many people in the divine city that everyone was terrified of her. She was so dreadful that it would be difficult to find anyone in the upper realm who could rival her. That was why many people turned pale at the mention of the demon mountain. They were extremely scared of it. Now, this terrifying demonic cloud was rolling towards Kanwa City with a sweeping momentum. Many orthodoxies were shocked by this scene. They felt the demon mountain was going to intervene in this matter. After all, after the Divine Stone Convention, the Ji family would join forces with many orthodoxies to attack Kun Mountain to rescue their ancestor, Ji Shingqi. Could it be that the demon mountain was going to interfere? Dong! Just when the major orthodoxies were speculating about this matter, a dull sound was suddenly heard from the depths of Kun Mountain, not far from Kanwa City. That sound was like the sound of a huge drum, piercing through time and space. It was also like a beating heart. All the cultivators who heard this sound could not help but tremble in fear. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Another strange sound came from Kun Mountain. Among it was a sky full of dark light that suddenly covered the sky. From afar, one would think that night had fallen. 650, it was the ominous stone that was carried out from Kun Mountain by the Huanchi sacred ground's ancestor. At the same time, a terrifying black fog spread out from the surface of the stone. It carried a strong demonic aura. Even the most powerful cultivators did not dare to approach it. It was the divine stone that received the most attention among the 7 great divine stones. The ominous stone had yet to appear in the world. It had always been suppressed by the Taoist instrument. However, at this moment, even the Taoist instrument could not suppress it. On the surface of the stone, there were countless strands of black, demonic aura that intertwined with each other. It was so dense that everything within 100 miles of it turned into darkness. Such an unusual scene made the ancient existences who were usually in charge of guarding the stone extremely cautious. They did not dare to be careless. At the same time, at the Palace of Heavenly Immortals Base in Kanwa City, in an extremely grand palace, a woman in white sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Her eyes were tightly closed. She seemed to be in pain, and her brows were tightly knitted. In between her brows was an extremely ancient and profound rune. It was shining brightly, reflecting the mixed feelings of nothingness, fate, and time. Her entire person looked as if she was carved out of jade. Her skin was crystal clear, revealing a holy and otherworldly aura. However, there was also a sense of ancientness and immortality that came from the vicissitudes of time. Her aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Her expression was sometimes painful and sometimes calm. Numerous transformations appeared on his body at the same time. Chapter 558. Who am I? There was only silence in the palace, and only the brilliant light was intertwining. The white-clothed woman seemed to have woken up from an eternal slumber. Her expression was a little confused and blurry, but then it gradually became calm and clear. She felt that her mind was in a mess, like a muddle-headed chaos, filled with all kinds of strange and unusual scenes. I am the High Priestess of Destiny. I control the void of destiny, traverse the river of time, and deduce the path set by the immortal palace. I am also Xiao Ruin. In the end, all the scenes converged, condensing into a point of light. The white-clothed woman calmed down, and there seemed to be thousands of streaks of light flashing in her eyes, which were many chaotic and majestic fragments. She softly muttered to herself, and the ancient rune between her eyebrows became even more dazzling, like a small blazing sun, and then gradually returned to silence. Her entire person looked more and more illusory. The surrounding space fluctuated, and there were billions of mysterious lines intertwining, surging from an unknown latitude. This was an inconceivable, mysterious power that involved time, space, and even destiny. A large number of memory fragments appeared in the depths of her soul, like a dusty box that had been opened for a long time, and various scenes rushed out. Xiao Ruoyin suddenly sighed softly and stood up. Is this an ill-fated relationship? Or is it a predetermined karma that belongs to me? If the immortal palace had not collapsed, if the era had not collapsed, if nothing unexpected happened, she should still be in the fane of destiny, guarding her duties. But the immortal palace had collapsed, and even that era had become a taboo, buried in the river of time. Billions of eras had passed, and even she could not escape the predetermined karma and destiny. Just like fish can never leave the river, I can't escape the fate that belongs to me. She said words that only she could understand, and her expression was extremely complicated for a moment. In front of Xiao Ruoyin, there were thousands and thousands of lines appearing. Some were shining with silver light, some were as black as ink, and some were as light yellow as gold. But no matter which one it was, they all emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire palace. Behind these lines of destiny, there was another person connected to her, and there was an inexplicable karma between them. She reached out, wanting to touch these lines. In the next moment, as her hand passed through them, these lines gradually became blurry. Then they broke one after another and finally returned to nothingness, as if they had never existed. Destiny was void. All the threads of destiny she had come into contact with would eventually turn into nothingness. That was one of the miraculous aspects of Fateless Ones. Anything that had to do with destiny would be difficult to apply to them. It was even difficult to have any interaction with them. As long as Xiao Ruoyin wanted to, she could make everyone in this world forget about her. It was as if she had evaporated from this world, and any traces of her existence would fade away. However, at this time, there was one thread of fate that was extremely thick. It was like the deepest night sky, and it didn't fade into nothingness like the other threads of fate. This string of destiny seemed to connect through the long river of time, following an unknown latitude, connecting to this era. Is that so? When Xiao Ruoyin saw this, she was not surprised at all. She sighed softly and withdrew her hand. Even for someone like her, when she had touched the string of destiny, she had felt a stabbing pain in her hand, a backlash that had caused black smoke to rise up from her hand. This wasn't karma that she could simply erase at will. Gu Chang'e. Is that his current name? Xiao Ruoyin murmured, her expression cold and tranquil, as if she didn't belong to this world. Scenes of what had happened during this period of time appeared in her mind, and then she frowned slightly. She naturally remembered everything that had happened before. Compared to the previous Xiao Ruoyin, the gap between her and the previous Xiao Ruoyin was not very big. The only difference was that she had awakened the memories of her time as the High Priestess of Destiny, as well as her fateless constitution. However, Xiao Ruoyin's 20-some years of memories weren't enough to guide her. She knew everything that had happened recently. She also knew that Xiao Ruoyin had made many choices in order to rely on Gu Chang'e. She also knew what Xiao Ruoyin had been thinking. After all, The two of them had always been the same person. Although she couldn't agree, what was done was done. She couldn't say anything. Gu Changa is keeping me by his side. He probably already knows my identity. He hasn't made a move against me yet. It seems that he's waiting for my constitution to mature. I can't let Gu Changa know that I've awakened the memories of the High Priestess of Destiny. Xiao Ruoyin frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. Many things that had happened recently flashed through her mind. She knew many things better than Xiao Ruoyin, including Gu Changa's terrifying origins. If it weren't for that string of destiny that couldn't be erased, she might not have been able to discover this problem so quickly. Since Gu Changa was the one who had caused her to reincarnate, his identity was naturally obvious. Xiao Ruoyin didn't doubt this. However, Xiao Ruoyin also didn't understand why such a powerful and invincible existence would end up like her in reincarnation. She didn't have the time to consider so many things now. In her opinion, Gu Changa had probably awakened his memories long ago. That was why he could reach such a terrifying level in a short 20 years. Xiao Ruoyin knew how terrifying Gu Changa was. Even though she had awakened the memories of her past life and the divine talisman imprint of the fateless body, she still couldn't compare to him. But if he wanted to compete with Gu Changa, it was still a far-fetched idea. It was impossible. He should be plotting for my essence, trying to take the final step to achieve the Tao. I can't let him succeed. It wasn't easy for the world to restore peace. Will he destroy it with a single palm strike? Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly, understanding all this. She really hadn't expected that she would face such a huge predicament after awakening her memories of her past life. Now it seemed that the only way was to drag things out or find a way to escape from Gu Changa. But no matter which way it was, it would be very difficult. Especially her nominal master Yanji, who was Gu Changa's informant, had always been around her. Gu Changa would notice if there was a slight mistake in her every move. Xiao Ruoyin didn't know this before. She even thought Yanji was doing this for her own good. But by then, she had figured it out right away. Gu Changa had an ulterior motive since he got in touch with her in the first place. Everything was a trap, set up by Gu Changa. My naive and sweet image didn't work at all. Instead, I lost the big picture because of a little game I've been toyed with by him. The immortal boat of good fortune should be with Jiangqin. I have to get it back. Only in this way will I have a chance. Then the energy emitted by Xiao Ruoyin started to change gradually. It went from vague to solid. In the end, it was exactly the same as before. There was no difference at all. Not until then did she walk out of the hall. She looked toward the market of Kunwa City, which was bustling with people. "Apprentice Sister Ruoyin, are you going to see young Lord Changa?" A disciple in charge of guarding the hall asked Xiao Ruoyin with a flattering smile when he saw her walking out of the hall. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. Then she thought about it. She recovered her usual easygoing smile. She nodded and said with a smile, yes. At first, she was not used to the sky of the outside world. There were white clouds and blue sky. The sun was shining brightly. She was used to the cold and lonely divine palace of fate. She was not used to this scene. At the same time, in the depths of the market, all of the cultivators and living beings became very alarmed and uneasy, retreating backwards. Even the group of ancient existences stared ahead with solemn expressions, seeming to be very fearful. A large amount of black fog filled the air, and the surrounding scene instantly became pitch black. Many palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions were covered by the black fog. Large amounts of spiritual plants and ancient vines withered and died. The ominous stone sitting in the middle trembled slightly. A large amount of black fog gushed out from the cracks in the stone. Could it be that the strange movement in Kuan Mountain just now alarmed this ominous stone? Why don't we cut it open and take a look? Otherwise, it can't go on like this. The former Huanqi sacred ground met with misfortune overnight because of this thing. I don't want to be contaminated with misfortune because of it. The surrounding practitioners and living creatures were talking among themselves. They stared at the ominous stone with fear. They did not expect that there would be such a strange movement. The black fog was contaminated with a strong demonic aura. It made people suspect that there was some kind of terrifying demonic creature in it. Who dares to cut the stone at this time? An old man's voice was trembling with fear. He kept retreating. When there was a strange movement in Kuan Mountain just now, many people rushed out immediately and looked toward Kuan Mountain. A black light rushed into the sky and covered the sun. It covered the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, turning it pitch black. Kuan Mountain, which usually looked like a fairyland, was now as gloomy as a ghost town. Demonic aura filled the sky and suppressed everything. What is inside? Why is Big Red so scared? Gu Xian stood behind Gu Changa and looked over curiously. However, he saw Big Red trembling beside his feet. It showed an expression of extreme fear for the first time. It was as if there was some kind of peerless monster hidden in that ominous stone. This place might not be peaceful soon. Ada, take Xian and Yin Mei and leave first. Gu Changa frowned slightly. He turned around and ordered Ada. As he spoke, he looked toward the sky outside Kuan Wu City. He had a bad feeling. The thing inside the ominous stone gave him a very familiar feeling. However, this familiar feeling did not mean that it was safe. Just like him and Chan Hongyi, something big might happen in Kuan Wu City soon. The area around the ominous stone was obviously the most dangerous. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Gu Xian quickly grabbed Gu Changa's sleeve. Seeing Gu Changa frown and look at her, she stubbornly looked back at him and muttered softly, "Unless you leave with me." She could see that the ominous stone was very dangerous. At this time, the best thing to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. She would not be at ease if Gu Changa did not leave. Don't be ridiculous. I'll be fine. Gu Changa understood Gu Xian's meaning. He gently shook his head and let go of her hand. At the same time, he ordered Ada again. Take Miss Xian and the others away. Yes, master. As a quasi-emperor, it was naturally easy for Ada to take Gu Xian and the others away from this place. Gu Xian glanced at Gu Changa a little angrily. She was very dissatisfied that he had pulled off her hand. However, at this time, she obediently left and did not stay to cause trouble for Gu Changa. She rarely saw Gu Changa show such a cautious expression. The sect masters and family heads of the other large sects nearby also ordered the younger generation to leave at this time. They sensed the danger here. Only a few young supremes like Six Crown King, Euphia, Golden Cicada Buddha, and Enshi chose to stay. The strong were bold and did not worry about their own safety. For a time, the crowded city became much quieter. The other large divine stones were also taken away by several ancient existences. Buzz! In the sky, the surrounding Tao attainment artifacts trembled. Strands of Emperor Realm precepts descended in an attempt to suppress the ominous stone. However, when they were about to land on the surface of the ominous stone, they were suddenly blasted away and dispersed like ripples. The terrifying momentum still swept in all directions like a wave. The other ancient existences hurriedly took action to neutralize it. Otherwise, just the aftermath alone would cause unimaginable damage. Could the thing in this ominous stone surpass the Emperor Realm? A sect master of a large sect spoke. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he tried to see through the cracks of the stone. However, in the next moment, a ray of black light suddenly rushed out. It was faster than lightning and directly rushed into his eyes. His entire body let out a miserable cry and instantly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed, turning into powder. Nothing was left. This scene made the expressions of the people who were still in the city turn serious. They felt a chill on their backs and became even more cautious. A ray of black light easily killed a sect master of a large sect who was at least in the supremacy realm. If there was some kind of divine weapon hidden in this ominous stone, its level was definitely above the Emperor realm. The surrounding Tao attainment artifacts could not suppress it. Although it wasn't fully recovered, it still showed how strange and terrifying this thing was. Rumble. Right at this moment, in the sky to the east of Kuin-Wu City, a mighty black, demonic cloud swept over, covering the sky and covering the sun. A huge and terrifying demonic shadow wandered about. Its colorful feathers flowed, and its demonic wings shook the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Someone from the demonic mountain came. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many sect masters changed drastically. All the cultivators in Kuin-Wu City also became uneasy and panicked because of this black demonic cloud that swept over. Chapter 5:59. Dark demonic clouds descended above Kuin-Wu City, covering the sky and the sun in a menacing manner. Many ferocious demons appeared in the clouds. They had strange appearances. Some had black wings, some had horrifying horns on their heads, and some had green faces and fangs. They were all covered in blood. May I know why the Demon Mountain has come to Kuin-Wu City? An old man flew into the sky with a solemn expression and asked. Many people recognized him. He was an elder of Kuin-Wu City, and his cultivation level was in the supreme realm. However, when they heard this, the devil clouds in the sky still surged. Many great devils were extremely cold, standing there like shadows. They didn't utter a single word, like ice mountains and iron walls. The atmosphere in the entire Kuin-Wu City became extremely oppressive and silent. Many cultivators and living beings looked at the scene in horror. They were very worried and fearful. Although many orthodoxies and sects from the upper realm were gathered here, and there were many enlightened cultivators guarding the place, they still felt uncertain. The terrifying power of the red-robed female demon had long shocked the upper realm. Now, many great demons under her command were equally terrifying. Among them, there were also existences who were not inferior to the enlightened cultivators. They had once wreaked havoc everywhere with monstrous ferocity, giving the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies headaches. What? Could it be that the Devil Mountain thinks that it can contend against all of us by itself? At this moment, an enlightened cultivator snorted. He was a little dissatisfied. He waved his sleeve and appeared in the sky, looking at the people in the demonic clouds. Above his head, a blurry small green cauldron floated up and down. Strands of light fell from it, and the Emperor's aura filled the air. It was breathtaking. Hee, brother, what's with your attitude? We've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here. Is this how you treat us? Seeing this, a cold sneer sounded in the demonic clouds. A hunched old Taoist in a green robe with dragon horns walked out. His eye sockets were sunken like dried tree bark. His eyes were bright like two green torches. However, there was a terrifying aura around him. Taoist Master Qinglong. I didn't expect him to join the Demon Mountain. The moment they saw this person, it caused quite a commotion in Kuin-Wu City. Many of the older generation's existences had solemn expressions. They seemed to be extremely fearful. Taoist Azure Dragon was a Tao enlightened being. 3 million years ago, he stole a supreme treasure from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and was hunted down by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he killed countless cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the end, it was still Heavenly Emperor Mountain's ancient ancestors who revived, all of them taking action to suppress him, sending him into the endless sea abyss. This person was extremely ferocious and had killed countless people in his life. The number of enemies he had provoked was uncountable. He could be said to be an extremely famous great devil in the upper realm. Old Taoist Azure Dragon, what do you mean? The Tao attainment cultivator who had just appeared had a dark expression on his face as he asked directly. We came to Kuin-Wu City to cut the stones, of course. Do you not welcome us?" Old Taoist Qinglong sneered. Several figures with terrifying auras walked out from behind him. They were very blurry and were shrouded in demonic fog. Only their cold eyes could be seen. Clearly, the people behind him were not weaker than him in terms of cultivation. This scene made the hearts of everyone in Kuan-Wu City tighten, and they became more and more uneasy. The Demon Mountain had actually come here to cut the stone? If you want to cut the stones, of course, we welcome you. However, I hope you won't act recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy. The Tao Attainment cultivator who had just spoken said with a relaxed expression, as long as the Demon Mountain did not come with evil intentions, he could accept it. The other Tao Attainment's cultivators also looked at each other and nodded. Although they felt that the Demon Mountain's intentions were not so simple, they did not stop him. From the looks of it, the Demon Mountain had brought a lot of great devils this time. If a conflict broke out, they might not be able to stop the Demon Mountain. Boom! Soon, the demonic clouds in the sky descended into the depths of Kuan-Wu City. Many great devils appeared. Their eyes were as cold as knives, and they carried a terrifying aura that could shake one's soul. However, in the center area, it was still blurry and dark. Vaguely, one could see a carriage being pulled by 4 supreme being demonic flood dragons as it slowly landed in the market. The old Taoist Qinglong from before also had a respectful expression as he stood around the carriage. Other than a few Tao Attainment's cultivators, the rest could not see the scene clearly. Chan Hongi. Gu Changa could sense a familiar presence in the carriage. A cold, icy gaze pierced through the thick demonic mist and landed on him. He knew it was definitely Chan Hongi sitting in the carriage. However, given how cautious she was, it was very likely that it was only a duplicitous clone. It was not her real body. I wonder how she has recovered. If it's just a duplicitous clone, it's far from enough for me. Gu Changa looked calm. Walking with the other Tao Attainment's cultivators, he followed the Demon Mountain's group toward the ominous stone. In fact, many people had guessed that the Demon Mountain's target was probably that ominous stone. However, it was not a good time to ask. Some people also wanted to see what the Demon Mountain was up to. After all, even a Doctrine Attainment artifact could not suppress that ominous stone. Why do I have a feeling that something even more dreadful is hiding in the depths of the demonic clouds? Could it be the master of the Demon Mountain, following in she and others? Jiang Qin could not help but look toward the dreadful demonic clouds. He whispered to Niu Tian, who was next to him. It's possible. She's a peerless criminal. Even the whole upper realm is helpless against her. Niu Tian nodded. He was extremely cautious. It's said that there is a grudge between her and Gu Changa. In the Divine City, it was Gu Changa who led the group to besiege and kill her. Do you think she will take revenge on Gu Changa? Jiang Qin lowered his voice. He couldn't help but be excited. He really wanted to see such a scene happen. It's unlikely. If they fight here, it won't be good for her. Besides, Gu Changa is so strong now. He won't necessarily be afraid of the Demon Mountain's master. Niu Tian thought carefully. In the end, he shook his head. Gazing at the white-clothed man who was walking in the front with many Tao attainments, he sighed to himself. It was really hard to eat and sleep well after offending such a great enemy. It was really desperate. Fortunately, Gu Changa did not know his and Jiang Chen's true identities yet. Otherwise, how could he let them live in this world? It's said that only young Lord Changa and the Demon Mountain's master survived in the Divine City. The rest of the ancient existences who rushed there all died there. What happened at that time? Was it really, as the rumors said, that both of them were seriously injured? The Grand Princess of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Euphia, was also trying to see through the figure in the demonic clouds. She did not believe it. The Divine City was very far away from the 8 desolates, 10 fields. Even if the space was broken and they fell into the space tunnel, Gu Changa could not have shown up near the boundary monument sea. She had been suspicious when she had heard the rumor. She did not believe it. She had a feeling that Gu Changa and the red-clothed female demon had reached a consensus. My master will take this ominous stone. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, the group from the Demon Mountain came to a stop at the place where the black fog continued to spread out. Pointing at the ominous stone in the front, the old Taoist master Azure Dragon said calmly, "The ominous stone was not big. It was only slightly bigger than a fist. It was full of cracks and looked as black as ink. Strands of black fog gushed out from within, drowning the entire area. The ominous stone used to be half a man's height. It was said that it was even bigger when the ancestors of Huanqi carried it out of Kuan Mountain. However, it had been falling out of the rock layer over the years, so it had become smaller. So, it looked like it was only a little bigger than a fist. Lying in the front quietly, it gave off a terrifying energy. What do you want to trade for it?" The attainments on the scene were not surprised. Then they stared into the depths of the demonic clouds and asked in a deep voice. The ominous stone represented misfortune. It had even led to the destruction of the Huanqi Holy Land. But it was not cheap. It had been in Kuan Wu City all these years. It took a lot of manpower and resources to suppress it. Chapter 560. In the deepest part of the market, the ominous stone laid there quietly. Rays of light intertwined and filled the air, revealing a frightening black color. At this moment, there were even black lights that could easily kill the hierarch of the major sections. They buzzed and slashed down from the void, causing everyone to be extremely cautious. "What do you think we need to exchange for this ominous stone?" Taoist Qing Long asked faintly. His eyes were as bright as a divine lamp, revealing divine light. This ominous stone was brought to Kunwu City by Taoist Chu Wei, who escaped from the Huanqi sacred ground. However, he passed away 80 million years ago. Today, his descendants can only be found in Shishing Heaven. He once told us that if anyone wanted this ominous stone, not only would they have to take care of his descendants, they would also have to offer this item to his ancestors at the ruins of the Huanqi Holy Land. Furthermore, he also promised that the rest of the items exchanged for this stone would all belong to us. After looking at each other for a while, the few Taoists present spoke one after another, mentioning Chu Wei, who brought this ominous stone back then. Many people still had some impressions of this person. He was the young master of the Huanqi sacred ground. However, after encountering misfortune in the Huanqi sacred ground, he went crazy and passed away in one of the mountains. If the master of the demonic mountain wants this ominous stone, then please show your sincerity. The white-bearded elder stared at the depths of the demonic cloud and said in a deep voice. He knew that there was a high possibility that the red-robed female demon was sitting there, but she did not show herself. "Show my sincerity?" Taoist Qing Long smiled faintly and said, "What you said is not a problem. As long as the master behind me says it, I believe that in the upper realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for the descendants of Taoist Chu Wei. What else do you want to say? Just say it." Hearing this, everyone's expressions softened. They felt that the red-robed female demon was not as ferocious and difficult to get along with as the rumors said. After a brief discussion, the white-bearded elder said, "If that's the case, if you can take out 100 immortal crystals, then you can take this ominous stone." When Gu Changa cut the divine fetus, he already took out 100 immortal crystals. Thus, after some thought, they felt that this ominous stone, which was as mysterious as the divine fetus, should also be worth this much. The expressions of the other sect masters and the older generation changed slightly when they heard the number. Young Master Changa may be able to take it out, but the Demon Mountain might not. Many young supreme beings glanced at each other. They felt that after the ancient existences said these words, the atmosphere on the side of the Devil Mountain became slightly stagnant. This made many people feel uneasy. They felt that none of these devils were easy to get along with. Even for the master of the Devil Mountain, that red-robed female devil, after she was born, she had also committed many massacres. There were quite a number of supreme beings who had died in her hands. 100 immortal crystals. The smile on Taoist Qinglong's face suddenly disappeared. He frowned and became a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the fact that the white-bearded old man and the others didn't seem to be joking, he would have suspected that they were toying with him. 100 immortal crystals? What did that mean? They really dared to demand an exorbitant price. The faces of the other great devils behind him also darkened. A murderous and terrifying aura swept over. It was as if it was autumn and winter, and all living things were about to wither. Do you all think that the Devil Mountain is easy to bully? Or do you all think that I don't know what 100 immortal crystals mean? Now that the upper realm is so big, why don't you all tell me who can calmly take out 100 immortal crystals to cut this stone? Haha, not to mention 100 immortal crystals. Even if it's 10 immortal crystals, I don't think anyone can take it out. Taoist Qinglong's face was a little displeased and cold. He slowly glanced at the white-bearded old man and the others, and his words were even colder. He didn't believe that anyone could take out 100 immortal crystals at this time, let alone use them to cut the stone. This was simply a fantasy story. He even suspected that these supreme beings in Kuan-Wu City were making fun of them. Taoist Qinglong, if you think it's inappropriate, then don't cut it. We didn't force the Devil Mountain to cut this ominous stone. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's tone was not polite at all. The rest of the people's expressions also became a little strange. Before this, they did hold the same attitude as Taoist Qinglong, thinking that it was impossible for anyone to take out 100 immortal crystals. In the end, Gu Changa showed everyone what it meant to be really rich and imposing. Euphia, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others couldn't help but look at Gu Changa, who was in front of them with a calm expression and felt very strange. They were afraid that Taoist Qinglong didn't think about this at all. As for what you said, please forgive me for not agreeing. Just now, young Master Changa just spent 100 immortal crystals to cut the divine fetus of the 7 great divine stones. Everyone in Kuan-Wu City saw it with their own eyes. How can it be false? The white-bearded old man continued with a bit of mockery in his eyes. What, Gu Changa? As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people from Demon Mountain changed. Taoist Qinglong also became a little surprised and looked at Gu Changa in disbelief. He naturally recognized Gu Changa, but he never thought that before they came here, Gu Changa had already spent 100 immortal crystals to cut a divine fetus. The expressions of the people present told him that this should not be a lie. Gu Changa, you really took out 100 immortal crystals to cut that divine fetus? Taoist Qinglong's expression was full of deep shock, and his breathing was a little difficult. 100 immortal crystals. I can still take it out if I squeeze it. Gu Changa glanced at him casually and said casually. As he spoke, he kept feeling that Chan Hongyi's eyes were looking at him from the depths of the demon cloud. He was very casual and didn't look at her across the void. Hee, my words are right here. If you want to cut the ominous stone, then take out 100 immortal crystals. The white-bearded old man and the others sneered. They could already see that there were not many supreme powerhouses from Demon Mountain this time. In Kuan-Wu City, powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gathered. There were even several Tao attainment artifacts. Naturally, they were not afraid of the people from Demon Mountain. Besides, Gu Changa was also here. His current strength was unfathomable. 100 immortal crystals! Taoist Qinglong and the others' expressions turned ugly. They were not as proud and calm as before. They looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. They were great devils who wreaked havoc. In the past, they would just rob whatever they wanted. Now that they couldn't afford so many immortal crystals, why not just rob? All of a sudden, a terrifying murderous intent emerged and swept over like the coldest of winter. Everyone's expression changed slightly and they all became vigilant. It seems that the huge demon mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other. Divine runes appeared in their palms under their sleeves. The precepts of Tao disappeared, and their bodies began to emit powerful and terrifying auras. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Everyone became serious and began to take out their artifacts. Qi and blood appeared on the bodies of some of the elders. The top of their heads shone brightly like stars. It was a sign that their spiritual power was extremely strong. Demon Mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. However, just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a cold and calm voice suddenly came from the depths of the demon cloud. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. In a trance, it seemed that a peerless beauty who brought calamity to all living things was sitting there. However, everyone felt a terrifying chill. Even the Tao attainment experts felt their divine souls trembling. The female devil in red, she's really here. The white-bearded old man and the other Tao attainment experts' expressions changed slightly. They became even more serious and didn't dare to relax at all. She begged for fresh flowers. It's her. The expressions of the sect masters changed drastically. Their scalps were numb, and they felt that their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked by the voice. The young supremes like Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Heaven Demon Monarch, and she almost suffocated. A mouthful of blood rolled in their throats. Their divine souls shook, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. It took them a long time to recover. However, their faces were unusually pale, as if they had lost all their blood. Only the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Euphylles Glabella, shone slightly. There was a mysterious rune flickering. She was fine, except for Gu Changa. The others didn't notice this abnormality on Euphyllia. At this moment, Chan Hongyi's voice came from the depths of the demon cloud again. However, Gu Changa, since you can take out 100 immortal crystals, it shouldn't be difficult for you to lend me another 100 immortal crystals. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even old Taoist Qinglong and the others were extremely shocked and puzzled. Then they realized that the female devil in red was talking to Gu Changa. Do they know each other well? They became even more puzzled. Why would the female devil in red talk to Gu Changa like this? Shouldn't they have a grudge against each other? Why did it seem like they knew each other? The ferocious female devil in red had taken the initiative to ask Gu Changa to lend her immortal crystals. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others were also extremely shocked. They do know each other. Euphyllia, who had been doubting, was even more sure now. Oh, so why do you think I can take out another 100 immortal crystals? Gu Changa hadn't expected Chan Hongyi to ask him to lend her immortal crystals. His expression changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. He asked casually, "You don't need to know that." Chan Hongyi's calm voice came. "Then why should I lend them to you?" Gu Changa smiled lightly. "You will." Chan Hongyi's voice was as calm as ever. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. "If I lend them to you, how are you going to pay me back?" "You owe me. How are you going to pay me back?" Chan Hongyi was sitting in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood. Her expression was as cold as ice. Her rhetorical question made people tremble with fear. The two's words, which didn't make sense and sounded like riddles, never stopped being shocked. Why did they feel like there was a secret between Gu Changa and the female devil in red? Could it be that Gu Changa had reached some kind of agreement with the female devil when he was hunting her in the Divine City? At this moment, people were so confused and shocked that they could only guess in this way. 100 immortal crystals. If you want them, I'll lend them to you. But I'll give them to you now. Do you dare take them? Just as everyone was making guesses, a voice suddenly rang out. Gu Changa smiled slightly. A sealed jade jar appeared in his palm again. Those who saw him cut the divine fetus couldn't help but hold their breaths. They knew what was inside the jade jar. Then, Gu Changa walked forward unhurriedly. It seemed like he was going to personally hand the jade jar to Chan Hongyi. Seeing this, people from Demon Mountain were also shocked. Even Taoist Qinglong, who was standing at the front, retreated. He seemed to be quite afraid. He naturally knew how terrifying Gu Chang's strength was. Although he had been famous for many years, he was definitely not Gu Chang's match. The other demons from Demon Mountain also retreated. They couldn't help but make way for Gu Chang'e. Chan Hongyi, who was sitting in the demonic cloud, was silent for a moment. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to do this. She didn't say anything. Her cold and emotionless eyes reflected Gu Chang'e's figure as he approached her unhurriedly. She seemed indifferent. Fan. Chapter 561. At this moment, everyone in the market was in a state of extreme shock. Even the white-bearded elder and the other Tao-enlightened cultivators were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Not only did Gu Chang'e agree to lend her 100 immortal crystals, but now he was going to personally give them to her? Although many people were shocked by Gu Chang'e's wealth to be able to take out another 100 immortal crystals, they were shocked. But even more people were shocked by the woman in red's attitude. Compared to Gu Chang'e's aggressive attitude, the ferocious woman in red was extremely silent at this moment. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened between the two of them during the siege in the Divine City. From the conversation just now, it was obvious that the woman in red was very familiar with Gu Chang'e. Quite a few creatures have died at the hands of the red-robed female devil. Gu Chang'e really has guts. Isn't he afraid that the woman in red will suddenly become violent? Many of the legendary figures of the older generation were watching all of this solemnly. Brother Gu is not a reckless person. He is definitely not worried that the woman in red will suddenly attack. Heavenly Phoenix, Maiden guessed softly. She felt that Gu Chang'e was even more mysterious. His actions were unpredictable and difficult to guess. The demonic clouds in front of them were extremely dim and chaotic chi lingered. A black carriage stopped. For black, demonic flood dragons with scarlet eyes were letting out ferocious roars. But facing Gu Chang'e's arrival, they were still extremely uneasy and fearful and kept retreating. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of crimson light that was as red as blood leaked out from the carriage. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the 4 demonic flood dragons trembled on the ground and did not dare to continue moving. Why bother? They are just ferocious beasts. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and walked towards the carriage. He was not worried that Chan Hongyi would attack him. You don't have to come over. Just give me the immortal crystals here. Chan Hongyi also spoke indifferently. Her eyes were deep and cold, revealing her ruthlessness. In front of the curtain of the carriage, a hand as white and delicate as jade stretched out. It shone brightly and signaled to Gu Chang'e to hand the jade jar to her. I've already come all the way here. Red coat, are you not even willing to see me? However, Gu Chang'e didn't seem to notice her outstretched hand. He lightly shook his head and continued to walk towards the carriage. His words carried some regret. The poison you gave me last time was really painful. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Chan Hongyi, who was in the carriage, suddenly felt a wave of cold air assault her. She did not say a word. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. She directly raised her hand and slammed it down, choosing to strike first to gain the upper hand. The one who rushed to Kuan-Wu City was just a spiritual body, not even an avatar. Otherwise, with her temperament, she wouldn't have spoken so nicely to those ancient existences outside. She would have snatched the ominous stone long ago. Boom! Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e was not surprised. He smiled faintly and slammed his palm forward. The laws of order lingered and intertwined in the void, using the same method to resist Chan Hongyi. He knew that Chan Hongyi had not recovered to her peak, not even 1/10,000th of her peak. Not to mention that the person here was not her. In just an instant, the place exploded. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void, blurring and chaotic. All the laws of order seemed to be broken. Astral chi rushed into the sky and swept in all directions. The terrifying aura mixed with the Emperor Realm laws almost rushed out of the realm. The entire Kuan-Wu city was trembling. The people from the Demon Mountain in the city, as well as the white-bearded old man and the others, looked at all this in shock. They quickly moved to block the aura that rushed out. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the entire Kuan-Wu city. They never expected that Gu Changa would suddenly fight with a red-robed female demon. They thought that the two would reminisce about old times and so on. This also put a big question mark on their previous suspicions. If the two of them were very familiar with each other, why would they suddenly make a move? It was as if they were facing each other with life and death. At this moment, demonic fog filled the sky and drowned out all directions. Chan Hongyi appeared in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood, and her eyes were cold as she fought with Gu Changa. Although she was a spiritual body, her strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Tao enlightened cultivator. The terrifying murderous aura turned into all kinds of ancient runes that condensed in the void. Then, like knives, spears, swords, and halberds, they slashed toward Gu Changa. This place became incomparably dazzling. All kinds of extremely ancient and even long-lost divine powers and ancient heavenly techniques were displayed. However, with the demonic fog blocking them, the people outside could not see anything clearly. They could only feel that the aura here was extraordinarily turbulent and terrifying. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Don't forget that everything you know was taught by me. Gu Changa raised his hand and easily wiped away the many divine powers in front of him. His expression did not change at all as he shook his head, slightly. Hearing this, Chan Hongyi's figure descended from the sky and stopped attacking. She looked coldly at Gu Changa without saying a word. Just now, she felt that Gu Changa was going to attack her, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Compared to the last time in the Divine City, Gu Changa's strength was clearly more terrifying now. Moreover, she could not figure out Gu Changa's current trump card, so she was not confident that she could deal with him at this time. Give me the immortal crystals. Chan Hongyi said, Just now you wanted to kill me, and now you're asking me for immortal crystals. Gu Changa's gaze fell on her face as he said with interest, Don't you think it's a bit wrong to do this? Or have you always felt that this was the right thing to do? Chan Hongyi said coldly, I will naturally return what I borrowed from you. Gu Changa shook his head and smiled, No need. When have I not given you anything you want? Saying this, he suddenly grabbed Chan Hongyi's hand. When she was about to subconsciously withdraw her hand, he gave her the jade jar containing the immortal essences. I don't have immortal crystals, but there are quite a few immortal essences. After you exchange for this stone, you can keep some for yourself. Then, without waiting for Chan Hongyi's reply, Gu Changa's figure had already left the demonic fog and walked outside. Chan Hongyi lowered her eyes and looked at the 9 crystal jade jar in her hand. The warmth of Gu Changa's hand still lingered on it. When have you not given me? She muttered this sentence as a flash of emotion passed through her eyes. Then they returned to being cold and emotionless. Young Master Changa, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly attack? Are you okay? Outside the demonic fog, the white-bearded old man and others had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Gu Changa come out, they could not help but feel relieved. They could not help but ask. Seeing Gu Changa's expression and energy not change much, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and she and others were a little disappointed. They had wanted to see Gu Changa suffer a loss at the hands of the red-robed female demon, but things did not go as they wished. Gu Changa was obviously fine. It did not even look like he had attacked. The old Taoist Master Azure Dragon and others from the Demon Mountain were also confused. The two had been fighting, but they had suddenly stopped. They could not understand why. Chapter 562. It's nothing. It's just a small conflict. Gu Changa smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, although there were many doubts and puzzles in everyone's hearts, at this time they could only choose to suppress it in their hearts and not ask any more. At this moment, a jade jar flew out from the depths of the demonic clouds and landed in Taoist Qinglong's hand. "Cut that stone open." Chan Hongyi's voice was heard. Seeing this, the crowd immediately understood that Gu Changa had lent 100 immortal crystals to the red-robed female devil. Why did the two of them fight just now? "Yes, master," Taoist Qinglong said respectfully. He did not dare to look at what was in the jade jar and passed it to the white-bearded old man. "Young Master Changa is so generous." The white-bearded old man and the others naturally knew what was in the jade jar. Their eyes were burning with desire. After receiving the jade jar, they checked it like before and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did they pass the ominous stone to the people from the Demon Mountain. "The ominous stone!" Taoist Qinglong's expression was slightly fearful. He looked at the black stone in front of him and did not waste any time. He tried to cut it open. At this moment, the crowd was also curious and looked over. They wanted to know what was hidden in the ominous stone. Soon, a silver knife appeared in Taoist Qinglong's hand. It seemed to be made of immortal silver gold. It buzzed and was very sharp. He waved his sleeve and sealed the surrounding void. Then he began to carefully cut the stone. Back then, he was also one of the people who mingled in the major stone gambling dens. Naturally, he was familiar with the method of cutting stones. Not long after, the stone fragments fell one by one. They were mixed with dense black light as if they were corroded by the ominous qi. The black light that gushed out was even denser. Even the demonic qi that filled the air flooded in all directions with a terrifying corrosive aura. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to get close. Buzz! With a crisp cracking sound, the silver knife in Taoist Master Qinglong's hand seemed to have come into contact with something. Fine cracks appeared on its surface, and then it broke apart. "The thing in the ominous stone is out." A great sect master's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ominous stone, only to see a dense black light emerging from within. Everyone looked over, unable to take their eyes off him, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. The dense black light turned into a ball of light. A palm-sized wooden comb floated silently in the air. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of, but it was tainted with an extremely dense and ominous aura. The edges seemed to be a bit damaged. There were some bloodstains that were extremely ancient. What? The thing inside the ominous stone is actually a wooden comb. This scene shocked everyone. It was simply unbelievable. Even the Azure Dragon founder, who was cutting the stone, was stunned. The movements of his hands stopped. In their opinion, the thing hidden within this ominous stone was definitely a peerless, vicious object that would bring misfortune to all living beings and cultivators. That was why he was so cautious. But who would have thought that it was actually a somewhat broken wooden comb? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. This wooden comb is extremely old. Judging from its age, it has definitely surpassed many eras. The bloodstains on it are the source of the misfortune. Many legendary figures of the older generation said cautiously. They felt that this wooden comb was not simple at all. It was intertwined with natural Tao and principles. In some aspects, it was even rarer than natural objects. Most importantly, the bloodstains on the wooden comb were very likely from a certain supreme existence. A trace of blood was the reason why the Huanqi sacred ground was encountering misfortune. Just how terrifying was that supreme existence? Just as everyone was feeling shocked, the wooden comb suddenly left the stone and turned into a ray of black light, flying toward Chan Hongyi, who was in the depths of the demonic clouds. Does this wooden comb belong to the red-robed female devil? Is it her original item? This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked, and tempestuous waves arose in their hearts. So it's this item. Gu Changa shook his head gently. He naturally recognized this wooden comb. To be precise, this wooden comb came from him. He had personally given it to Chan Hongyi. However, the memory fragments were too chaotic, and he could not remember clearly when he had given it to her. It seemed to be the first gift he gave her after she killed the bandits. Long time no see. In the depths of the demonic clouds, Chanhongi looked at the slightly damaged wooden comb in her hand. Her eyes flashed with a look of preciousness as she carefully put it away. As she spoke, she looked outside and seemed to see Guchanga looking at her. "Master, why are you so cruel?" She murmured these words softly from the corner of her mouth. That immortal king who died in Kuin Mountain might be related to the red-robed female devil. Could she have killed him? The red-robed female devil's strength at her peak is unimaginable. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. They were all guessing who the bloodstains on the wooden comb belonged to. After all, an immortal king had died in Kuin Mountain. Although it was a long time ago, it could be investigated and conclusive evidence could be found. Soon, the red-robed female devil's arrival in Kuin-Wu City with the demonic mountain caused quite a stir. The news of the ominous stone being cut instantly shook the entire city. Many of the ancient cities in the vicinity heard the news immediately. The various orthodoxies and forces in Kunwa City also quickly spread the news of what had happened. In this divine stone convention, a piece of the immortal fetus was cut open. The stone of misfortune, which represented misfortune, was also cut open. This was beyond many people's expectations. Most importantly, both stones were cut by Guchanga at a cost of 100 immortal crystals. The red-robed female devil even personally borrowed immortal crystals from Guchanga to cut the stone in front of everyone. This news caused a stir that was not any smaller than the previous news. Many orthodoxies were guessing the relationship between Guchanga and the red-robed female devil. All kinds of theories were spread, and the most agreed upon one was that during the battle at the Divine City, Guchanga and the red-robed female devil might have reached some kind of agreement. This also explained why the red-robed female devil treated Guchanga differently from the others. This caused no less discussion than the heavenly tomes being cut out of the immortal fetus. Of course, they were interested in what was recorded in the heavenly tomes. That was the matter of the orthodoxies. Ordinary cultivators knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, so they were very gossipy and guessed the unknown relationship between Guchanga and the red-robed female devil. After all, the world was not short of gossipy people. Guchanga was now the top person of his generation in the upper realm, the leader of the upper realm, and other titles. His every move would cause a stir. This time his negotiation with the red-robed female devil was seen by many as a love-hate relationship. One was a sky pride of the era, the other was a peerless demon from an unknown era. It was said that she was so beautiful that she could bring disaster to the world. Once this topic was spread, it seemed like it could not be stopped. This was especially the case for the group of young existences, who were all very interested in it. In the palace, the heavenly tomes cut out from the immortal fetus appeared in Guchanga's hand. On the silver pages, there was a brilliant light, and ancient words appeared one after another. He did not care about the various rumors and discussions in the outside world. After Chan Hongyi took back her wooden comb, she left with the people from the Demon Mountain. They did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. This made everyone in Kunwa City let out a long sigh of relief. In these few days, the unusual situation in Mount Kuin became more and more serious. The Ji clan gathered the experts of various orthodoxies and prepared to attack Mount Kuin. If Guchanga guessed correctly, the Ji clan would attack Mount Kuin in 3 days. This was also an opportunity for him. After that, Guchanga tried to flip the heavenly tomes and open it. However, like before, it was to no avail. An abundant amount of energy surged out and almost knocked the heavenly book out of his hand. Even with his current realm, it was difficult for him to open it. After studying it for a while, he softly muttered the words on it. He vaguely felt that he had seen this heavenly tome somewhere before. Immortal seal, however, there was another point without a doubt. Not only did this heavenly tomes hide a certain secret, but it could also be used as a sealing treasure. If Gu Changa guessed correctly, the 2 words immortal seal should be immortal words. He could use these 2 immortal words as an attack method. The sealing power contained in it was not simple. Of course, with his current strength, he did not really need to use such a method. Young master, according to your instructions, I've found a few famous figures who have studied the language of the hidden immortals. They're working through the night to translate the sword technique. At this moment, Inmei walked in from outside the palace. Gu Changa came back to his senses. He nodded and asked, "How's the progress?" "In about 3 days, they should be able to translate the sword technique by 660 words," replied Inmei. Gu Changa nodded slightly. Of course, he would not take out the complete sword technique. He would only cut out a part of it and let the others translate it. He would then integrate it in the end. "Oh, right. Have you arranged for the assassins of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion?" Then he thought of another matter and narrowed his eyes. "Reporting to young master, I have already informed Bai Lian of this matter. She has arranged for 5 Great Sage Realm and 1 Quasi-Supreme Realm Assassin to take action today," Inmei replied respectfully. "The guardian behind the Little War Immortal is only a Supreme. I have already arranged for people to hold him back. In just half an hour, the Little War Immortal will be dead for sure." Gu Changa nodded. "Don't leave any traces. I trust you." By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms were very scared of him. As a result, he could not kill the Little War Immortal openly. Otherwise, it would be a good excuse for other forces to gang up on him. However, it would be much easier for him to arrange for assassins to kill the Little War Immortal secretly. Judging from what had happened at the Divine Stone Convention, the Little War Immortal had obviously known Su Chinga's identity. For Gu Changa, it would be better to get rid of such a hidden danger as soon as possible. After the Divine Stone Convention, all races would relax a little bit. The Little War Immortal would not expect Gu Changa to kill him. As to the Fighting Immortals Mansion behind the Little War Immortal, Gu Changa had plenty of ways to get rid of them. Then Gu Changa sent people to find Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa. Jiang Qin could still play a role in this attack on Mount Kuan. Given Ji Yaoxing's character, he would never let go of such a good opportunity. Gu Changa could also give it a try to see whether he could take the immortal boat of fortune from Jiang Qin. After all, the weapon spirit of the immortal boat of fortune had almost recovered after such a long time of nurturing. Soon, footsteps came from outside the palace. Ji Chuiwa and Ji Yaoxing, who looked anxious, arrived. For the whole Ji clan, Gu Changa was their savior. Without Gu Changa's call, the other forces would not have helped the Ji clan in rescuing their ancestors. Therefore, when Ji Chuiwa learned that Gu Changa had something to discuss with them, she had to bite the bullet and come, no matter how reluctant she was. Chapter 563. In the palace, celestial mist lingered. Gu Changa was in a luxurious robe, sitting on the main seat, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. When Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa came in, he was drinking quietly with a lazy smile on his handsome face. "Greetings, young Lord Changa." Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa just looked up at Gu Changa, then cupped their hands and greeted respectfully. "Brother Yaoxing, Miss Chuiwa, please sit down." Gu Changa glanced at them, smiled slightly, and gestured for them to sit down. The two of them didn't know why Gu Changa called them here, but they didn't dare to disobey Gu Changa's good intentions. After they sat down, Inmei walked over and poured wine for the two of them. The rich and mellow aroma of the wine filled the air, swaying in the bronze wine cup. Strands of multicolored light intertwined. "Thank you for the wine, young Lord Changa." "Young Master Changa, why did you call me and my sister here today?" Ji Yaoxing raised his cup and toasted Gu Changa, then asked respectfully. Ji Chuiwa, who was next to him, was wearing a light yellow dress. Her face was as bright as the moon, delicate and fair, and her hair was soft and beautiful. At this moment, she also imitated her brother and toasted Gu Changa. The two of them were more or less anxious. As the saying goes, being with a king is like being with a tiger. Beside Gu Changa, they even had to think for a long time before saying a word. It was obvious that they were nervous. The news of Gu Changa fighting against the red-robed female demon in this Godstone convention had spread everywhere. Many people felt that even if he didn't use the supreme treasure he obtained in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, he could still fight against those who had achieved the Tao. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe were even more afraid of him. Brother Yaoxing, don't be nervous. In fact, I called you two here to discuss the matter of rescuing your ancestor. Gu Changa smiled slightly. Hearing this, the two of them calmed down slightly. They weren't as nervous as before. Ji Chuiwe also let out a long sigh of relief. She actually couldn't understand why Gu Changa would help their clan without asking for anything in return. Could it be that after rescuing their ancestor, they would be able to resolve the calamity of the Absolute in heaven? Or was there some other reason? Our Ji clan will never forget young Master Changa's kindness. Regarding the matter of rescuing our ancestors, we'll have to trouble you, young Master Changa. After the few ancestors of our clan had a discussion, we've decided to take action in 3 days. At that time, all the forces will gather at the foot of Kuan Mountain and use the Tao-achieving weapons to open a path Jiaoxing didn't beat around the bush. He told them everything about their clan's current plans without hiding anything. Gu Changa nodded and smiled as he drank. That's a good idea. Since it's 3 days from now, I'll definitely bring the experts of the Gu clan and do my part to save Senior Ji Xingqiu. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe couldn't help but show gratitude on their faces. They raised their glasses to propose a toast to Gu Changa. No matter what Gu Changa's purpose was, he had really helped them a lot in helping the Ji clan's ancestors. In fact, I know how dangerous Kuan Mountain is. I don't think we'll be able to save Senior Ji Xingqiu if we go there recklessly. Brother Yaoxing, do you remember that guy called Jiang Chen in the Purple Mountain? He actually has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He has an instinct to seek luck and avoid danger in all kinds of dangerous places. If we can find him this time, I think he'll be of great help. Then Gu Changa smiled slightly. She suddenly mentioned Jiang Chen, implying something. Young Master Changa, do you mean Jiang Chen, the guy who rushed into the Purple Mountain? Ji Yaoxing was shocked, but he put on a puzzled look and asked. Ji Chuiwe didn't expect Gu Changa to mention Jiang Chen either. Somehow, she was worried about him. She remembered Jiang Chen had always wanted to take revenge on Gu Changa. She knew Jiang Chen had disguised himself as a divine origin master and stayed within Shi, the young lady of the clan. Besides, what worried her most was that her brother, Ji Yaoxing, knew Jiang Chen's true identity. It's him indeed. He didn't die in the Purple Mountain when it collapsed. Then he showed up in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He triggered the formation there and killed many leaders of the great sections. Then he stole the Great Void Divine Personality, which caused a great disaster. Gu Changa shook his head, slightly smiling. He made Jiang Chen the scapegoat in a few words. Of course, what he said was also the consensus of all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. After all, many people were still looking for Jiang Chen's whereabouts so that they could take revenge for their leader. I see. As long as we can find this guy, we'll have more confidence in our plan to rescue our ancestors. Ji Yaoxing nodded. He looked serious. He understood what Gu Changa meant. He didn't doubt Jiang Chen's ability at all. He had killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb with his low cultivation. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of means and courage? Gu Changa nodded, smiling approvingly. Brother Yaoxing, it's good that you understand me. This time we'll be able to rescue your ancestors, mostly because of that divine origin master's disciple. He had eyes everywhere in Kuan Wu City. As long as he wanted to investigate, he could find out that Ji Chuiwe had visited Jiangchen not long ago. In this way, Jiaoxing had probably known Jiang Chen's true identity a long time ago. Gu Chang'e had told him this because she wanted him to catch Jiang Chen and take him with him when the time came. In order not to alert the enemy, Gu Chang'e had to pretend he didn't know who Jiang Chen was at the moment. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen entered Kun Mountain because he was frightened and didn't want to do anything, Gu Chang'e's plan to deal with the Ji family's ancestors would be ruined. Then Gu Chang'e told Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue something else. Then he looked tired. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. It's time to expose the fact that Jiang Chen has the demon seed. He looked at the back of the Ji family's brother and sister as they left and lightly tapped his wine cup. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was much weaker than the inheritor of the demon method. However, this didn't stop Gu Chang'e from misleading the public. He made the situation even more chaotic. At the same time, on a street in Kunwu City, after Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue bade farewell, they headed back to the encampment with heavy expressions. They seemed to have a lot on their minds. "Brother, are you really going to expose Jiang Chen's identity?" Ji Chuiyue couldn't help but ask worriedly. Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. "Do you have a better idea? Do you have the heart to see our ancestors suffer in Kun Mountain for an outsider who has nothing to do with you?" Ji Chuiyue was speechless. She couldn't find a reason to refute him. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. When it comes to rescuing our ancestors, we can give up anything, even this friend of yours. Ji Yaoxing's words were cold. Besides, do you think it was a coincidence that Gu Chang'e suddenly mentioned this? Or does he already know something? Ji Chuiyue felt a chill down her spine. She was scared. Ji Yaoxing sighed. "For the sake of the family, sister, what you should do now is to do what Ji Qingxian did. Brother, do you want me to please Gu Chang'e too?" Ji Chuiyue opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing felt like a stranger to her. "It's not my idea. It's my father's idea. You're as pretty as Ji Qingxian, but she's not as good as you in the Ji family. Your conditions are much better than hers. For you and me, the engagement is not something that we can decide. We don't have the right to choose." Ji Yaoxing sighed softly. He couldn't bear to see Ji Chuiyue's pale face. "So, all of you want me to be Gu Chang'e's concubine?" Ji Chuiyue was pale. She clenched her fists. "It's fine if that's the case, but it seems Gu Chang'e won't like you." Ji Yaoxing sighed. "You should know that even without Gu Chang'e, your future husband will be a young hero from another force. I know you have a good impression of Jiang Chen, but he's just a poor guy with no power or influence. Besides, he offended Gu Chang'e." It was the first time Ji Chuiyue had heard such cruel words from her brother. She shivered. Her face turned pale. She couldn't accept it, but she knew this was the reality. In the northwest corner of Kunwu City, in a quiet yard, and she, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, Junior Warlord, and others were there. They were talking and laughing. They looked very natural. There were all kinds of delicacies on the table. Many pretty maids were waiting on them. "This is the kind of life a cultivator should have," Yi Fuqian said. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled how hard he had been living these days. The meat of the fierce beasts in front of him cost at least 10,000 spiritual stones. He didn't even have the nerve to look at them. Even the maids waiting on him were pretty and lovely. He was envious of such a life. Only the descendants of ancient immortals or supreme sects like Shi and Junior Warlord could enjoy such a life easily. They were born with the resources and methods that average practitioners would spend their whole lives looking for. "Brother Jiang, if you want, as a divine origin master, it'll be easy for you to get all of this." Junior Warlord smiled gently. There was an elegant smile on his handsome face. Golden cross symbols flashed in his eyes from time to time. Judging from his energy, he had almost recovered. He hadn't suffered a serious injury to his origin, as people had speculated. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Brother warlord, you flatter me. I know my level very well. Then he drank a few glasses of wine. He flushed. Seeing such a feast, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Ruoyin again. He felt very depressed. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Little Qinzi, why do you keep thinking about her? After the Holy Stone Convention, Niu Tian had asked Jiang Qin about Xiao Ruoyin. He had learned something from the indirect inquiry, so he couldn't help but persuade him. He seemed to care about him a lot. Niu Tian, you don't understand. Until now, I finally understood why she left so decisively. After all, she was with Guchanga. Her life was much more luxurious than what she had here. How could she give it up? Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists. His voice was low and hoarse. He didn't want to give up. Thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyin had been walking in a weird way and speaking in such a secretive way. What did that mean? It was ridiculous that he had been so naive to think she had really sprained her ankle. Xiao Ruoyin isn't the kind of person who despises the poor and favors the rich. I think she must have had some difficulties. Maybe she didn't have a choice. Niu Tian sighed when he saw Jiang Chen's heartbroken look. And she, who had been silent, also showed a surprised look. She kind of understood what had happened. It turned out Jiang Chen had been robbed of his love by Guchanga during this period of time. The woman he loved had been robbed by Guchanga. In this way, it would be a better chance for her to draw Jiang Chen to her side. However, when she was about to comfort Jiang Chen, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Outside the courtyard, a murderous aura suddenly shrouded the area, bringing with it a bone-chilling murderous aura. It abruptly enveloped the area. That's not good. There's an assassin. Little warlord, sensed something was wrong immediately. He turned pale and stood up. Chapter 564. A cold, murderous aura swept in from outside the courtyard. It was as if winter had arrived, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness that made one's divine soul tremble. The people in the courtyard did not need Little Combat Immortal's reminder to know that an assassination was coming. Their expressions changed drastically as they took out their weapons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many figures rushed out from the originally quiet courtyard with weapons in their hands. They stared at their surroundings vigilantly. These were the people from War Immortal's Manor and the clan. Although there were good and bad people, the strongest among them had reached the Great Saint Realm. Most of them were only at the Sage Realm or the Divine King Realm. Boom! A black light suddenly swept in from outside the courtyard. Like a fog, it instantly shrouded the place, leaving only a gloomy gray. Several figures in gray walked in from the void outside the courtyard. Their expressions were cold and emotionless as they walked in from the void outside the courtyard. The black long swords in their hands were made of unknown materials. They were extremely sharp and filled with murderous aura. One could even see the blood-red radiance emanating from them. They wore black cloths on their heads, revealing only their eyes. Their bodies were secretly emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, their aura was even more terrifying. Several great saints appeared, and among them there were even quasi-supreme existences. Protect the young lord. Protect the young lady. Seeing this, the expressions of the experts from War Immortal's Manor and the clan changed drastically. After they appeared, they were filled with murderous aura. They stared at the courtyard and shouted in a low voice. They could not understand why someone would choose to assassinate them at this time. One should know that it was broad daylight in Kuin-Wu City, where many supreme experts from various orthodoxies had gathered. Once there was a commotion, it would definitely alarm the other experts. This group of assassins was extremely daring. Their actions were tantamount to committing murder in public. They did not care about the risk of being exposed at all. Who are these assassins here to kill? Who among us is targeted by them? And Xi's expression was gloomy. She clenched her jade-like hands and could not help but ask, It was supposed to be a perfect banquet, but her mood was ruined by the sudden intrusion of these assassins. Moreover, she wanted to know who had offended them and sent Assassin 667 to kill them. In this world, not many forces could send so many powerful assassins at once. Even the assassin organizations Buddha and Hell wouldn't do. Jiang Qin and Niu Tian were also very serious. If this guy had come to kill them, he was overestimating them. They were far from being a match for any one of these assassins. They're targeting me. They're here to kill me, the little war immortal said with a solemn expression. He felt that the killing intent was locked onto him. This caused him to feel even more uneasy. He couldn't figure out when he had offended someone to actually send so many powerhouses to assassinate him. Kill you? Did you offend someone? And she asked, puzzled. Little War Immortal shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't know who I offended. Also, my Tao protector seems to be held back by someone. I can't contact him. In fact, he had a faint guess in his heart, but he did not dare to imagine that the other party would be so unbridled. Kill. Immediately, several assassins quickly took action, rushing towards Little War Immortal and the others, surrounding them. They all took action, all types of precious techniques and divine abilities crushing down. One magic artifact after another appeared, including a magic lamp, an ancient cauldron, a stove. They covered the whole area and were extremely powerful. In just a second, the strong men of the Onces and the War Immortals mansion all started to cough up blood. They were no match for the other party at all. In terms of cultivation strength, it was very difficult for the people here to contend with these assassins. Even if they tried their best, they would still die quickly. Protect the young lady. A strong man of the Onces shouted in anger, trying to transmit his voice so that the others would hear him. However, an assassin stared at him and disappeared from where he had been. He was like a black lightning bolt. The black sword in his hand flashed over quickly and penetrated the center of his forehead. He died immediately, and she, Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, and the others turned pale when they had seen this. They hurried to use all kinds of methods to protect themselves. In an instant, a big fight broke out in the yard. Many people coughed up blood and died. Heads rolled down. The smell of blood was pungent. This place was shrouded in a black fog to prevent the energy from leaking out. Unless a quasi-emperor attacked, it would be very difficult to crack this barrier. This made the Onces and the War Immortals mansion even more desperate. After all, their grand ancestors were not here. They went back to their sects after the Divine Stone Convention ended, and Shi's granduncle and Wangshan also went back to his family. He did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. He was worried that the Ji family's attack on Mount Kuin would bring disaster to Kunwa City, so he wanted to avoid it. Are we all going to die here today? The young War Immortal was unwilling to accept this. He shouted in anger. The golden cross-shaped crack in his eyes emitted a dreadful power. He gave off a strong cyan light. He exerted a secret method. His roar shook the world like thunder. He dashed forward like an eternal furnace. He was full of energy and energy. His fists seemed to have turned into matchless sacred mountains. They crashed down with a rumbling sound. None of the assassins dashing toward him could match him. Some of them even collapsed under the fist print. They could not approach him at all. The War Immortals formula is really extraordinary. Unfortunately, you still have to die today. Seeing this, the would-be supreme venerable assassin moved his eyes slightly. He dashed forward, but his voice was still cold and emotionless. He only slashed out with his sword. The void cracked. Many of the experts from the infamily and War Immortals manor exploded and turned into powder. They could not even block a single slash. This was the power of a would-be supreme venerable. Unless they were at the same level, no one could block it. Who sent you to kill me? The young War Immortal shouted angrily. The gray-clothed assassin said indifferently, Don't you know who you have offended? Who did I offend? The young War Immortal's eyes were a bit red. He searched through his memories. Finally, he stopped at the Divine Stone Convention. He saw Gu Changa's casual and contemptuous face. At this moment, he was almost sure that the person who sent the assassin was definitely related to Gu Changa. Think about it on the road to the Yellow Springs. The gray-clothed assassin said coldly. He attacked again. His terrifying power crushed down. The others exploded into powder. The young war immortal was invincible among great saints when he exerted his peak strength, but he was still no match for a would-be supreme venerable. Under this attack, his fist was cracked. His whole body was covered with sword marks. He was bleeding. He roared angrily. Blood suddenly flowed out of his golden, cross-shaped eyes. With a cracking sound, it was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. At this moment, the young war immortal's whole body was burning, as if he could not feel any pain. He had turned into a peerless war immortal. He could fight against anything. His practicing body was peerless. A golden whip appeared in his hand. It looked like the whip of immortals in ancient myths. He kept fighting with the would-be supreme, venerable assassin, regardless of his own life. And she, Jiang Qin, and the others were also helping him. They threw out many divine talismans and ancient methods, trying to help the young war immortal. If the young war immortal died here, they probably would not be able to survive. Buzz! The air was shaking. A giant golden cauldron suddenly flew out of Enshi's spiritual altar. It was intertwined with rules and principles. It was even emitting the brilliance of the immortal doctrine. The whole world was shaking. It fell toward the assassin with a boom. For a moment, the fluctuations here suddenly became incomparably terrifying. Even the quasi-supreme assassin's expression changed drastically. That's not good. All the buildings and palaces here had been sunk. The whole place was in ruins. It was really shocking. Jiang Chen's glabella lit up. A vague shadow of a bronze immortal boat showed up. It dispersed the black fog shrouding this place. The terrifying aura instantly startled the entire Kun Wu city. Streams of powerful divine sense swept across the area in astonishment. Who is causing trouble here? A Tao fulfillment cultivator coldly snorted and extended his giant palm. That's not good. The gray-clothed assassin turned pale, but he was decisive. He chose to explode himself without any hesitation. A dreadful fluctuation exploded in an instant, as if many stars had exploded. The young war immortal, Jiang Qin, and the others were sent flying. Covered with blood and seriously injured, they fell onto the ground. Oh, it was a failure? In the palace, Gu Changa, sipping tea leisurely, shook his head slightly. He looked a little surprised. Young master, please punish me. I underestimated the young war immortal. Although his accomplished doctrine was delayed, in the end he exerted an extremely weird method to kill the would-be supreme venerable that led to the failure of the assassination. If I had sent more people, I wouldn't have made a mistake. And the formation pattern was cracked. That's why the other accomplished doctrine in Kunwu City were alerted. Yin Mei stood in front of him. Her small face was as white as jade. She begged for forgiveness and was about to kneel down. Gu Changa thought for a while. Then he waved his hand to ask her to stand up. He said, "It's okay that it was a failure. It's not your fault. I didn't expect the young war immortal to be so strong. In my opinion, this should be a 90% certainty." He didn't blame Yin Mei. The young war immortal was very close to Jiang Chen and Yo Tian. He was more or less affected by the energy of the Son of Luck. It was reasonable that he had exploded at such a critical moment. However, since the assassination had failed, he had to figure out a way to clean up the mess. After all, it had caused a great disturbance. The young war immortal and others might suspect him, but Gu Changa wasn't worried that he could provide any evidence. Besides, if he wanted to get rid of the young war immortal secretly next time, it would be troublesome. Young master, I'll arrange more people. I don't believe we can't kill the young war immortal. Yin Mei nodded. She wasn't willing to accept the fact that she hadn't finished Gu Changa's task of killing the young war immortal. Although Gu Changa didn't blame her, it was also because she hadn't done a good job. Don't do that for the moment. After this incident, the young war immortal will learn to be smart. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. Yes, young master, Inmei said, lowering her hands. Do I have to do it myself? Gu Changa thought for a while. He didn't consider asking Ada, who was a potential emperor, to do it. After all, the young war immortal had been attacked by the inheritor of demonic methods first. Then he had been assassinated all of a sudden. Nowadays, all the orthodoxies were keeping a close eye on their inheritors, fearing accidents. Even Gu Changa couldn't guarantee that Ada wouldn't leave any traces. If he did it himself, he could get rid of the young war immortal secretly. However, it was really risky. Many people in Kunwa City were keeping an eye on him. Gu Changa didn't want the upper world to attack him. He had to wait for the right time. I'm in the limelight now. Many things aren't easy to do on the surface. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. He put down the teacup. If people found out he was going to kill the young war immortal, it would affect the entire upper world greatly. This would cause a huge upheaval in the upper world. Many orthodoxies wouldn't allow him to do so. Since Gu Changa could kill the young war immortal for no reason, he could also kill the inheritors of the other orthodoxies. When that happens, they would have an excuse to attack him and the Longevity Gu clan. After all, Gu Changa still couldn't dominate the entire upper world. He's lucky this time. I wonder if he'll enter Mount Kuan. If he does, I'll kill him myself. Gu Changa smiled faintly. He didn't take this to heart. A young war immortal wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he told the war immortal's manor behind him about Su Chinga's identity, it wouldn't do anything in a short time. After all, without evidence, what was there to believe? Unless the young war immortal could capture Su Chinga, how can a young war immortal hinder you, young master? As long as he's out of Kunwa City, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Inmei nodded. She lifted the teapot and filled Gu Changa's cup. Gu Changa smiled and pulled her into his arms. His smile was a little strange. But you did remind me. After this incident, it's a good excuse for me. Inmei, spread the word that I'm inviting all the young sky prides in Kunwa City to Stargazing Pavilion. We're going to attack Mount Kuan the day after tomorrow to rescue Ji Shangchu. The Rinzu. I'd like to see who dares to not give me face. Chapter 565. Rescuing the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Shangchu, was a small matter of the Ji family. However, on a larger scale, it was a matter of great importance to the safety of the entire upper realm. As the ancestor of humanity, Ji Shangchu was extremely powerful. He was trapped in Mount Kuan for so many eras, but he did not die. If he could escape, he would definitely be able to solve the problem of the interminating heaven. Not to mention the fact that Ji Shangchu had helped all the orthodoxies. Under this premise, as long as Gu Changa asked the younger generation to discuss rescuing Ji Shangchu, no one would be able to refuse. After all, this was a matter of great importance to the safety of the upper realm. He took the lead and set an example. Yes, young master. Inmei understood Gu Changa's intention and quickly went to give the order. Coincidentally, Kuan-Wu City was filled with the sky prides of various orthodoxies. She felt that no one would dare to refuse Gu Changa's invitation. Even Little War Fairy and the others who had just been assassinated felt the same. After Inmei left, Su Chinga, who had been waiting outside the palace, finally walked in. Greetings, young master. She could not hide the complicated feelings in her heart and bowed. Gu Changa was not surprised by her arrival. However, he still had a slightly surprised look on his face. He smiled and said, "Qing Xian, what's the matter?" Su Chinga was actually very confused as to why Gu Changa ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy. Logically speaking, as the inheritor of demonic techniques, she should be worried about her identity being exposed. Judging from Gu Changa's character, he would not do something meaningless. In other words, he ordered someone to assassinate Little War Fairy with a purpose. However, after thinking about it, Su Chinga could not figure out the reason. Could it be because of Little War Fairy's abnormality during the Divine Stone Convention? However, she was now Ji Qingxian, so she did not know how to ask. Young master, I accidentally overheard some things between you and the heavenly maiden Yinmei. Su Chinga carefully considered her words and said, Of course. She didn't hear it by chance. She had analyzed and guessed that it was definitely Gu Changa who had sent people to assassinate the Little War Immortal. Oh, what did you hear? Gu Changa was interested and asked knowingly. I heard that young master sent someone to assassinate the Little War Immortal. But please rest assured, I will definitely not tell anyone. Su Chinga replied. It seemed that she was worried that Gu Changa would bear grudges against her, so she hurriedly promised. So what if he heard? Gu Changa smiled faintly. Are you confused as to why I killed him? Confusion appeared on Su Chinga's beautiful face. She nodded and said yes. The reason I want to kill him is naturally because he knows something he shouldn't know. The smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared as he said indifferently, Things I shouldn't know. Su Chinga felt a chill in her heart, and a sudden chill came from her back. She raised her bright eyes and looked at Gu Changa's calm face. For some reason, she felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Did the Little War Immortal know something he shouldn't know? Did that mean that he knew the true identity of the inheritor of the demonic art? Otherwise, what other possibilities could there be? As the leader of the younger generation in the upper realm, Gu Changa didn't want to kill the inheritor of the demonic art after knowing the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art. Instead, he helped him cover up his traces and flaws. Su Chinga was very smart. Other than this possibility, she couldn't think of any other explanation. If Gu Changa had already known her true identity, then it seemed that Gu Changa had already known about her exchange of identities with Ji Qingxian. It was just that he had been pretending not to know. For a moment, Su Chinga's head was buzzing as she thought of all these possibilities. Her heart was in a mess. Young master, you know everything? After a moment of silence, Su Chinga calmed herself down and asked with a slightly trembling voice. She didn't expect that she would get so much information when she met Gu Changa today. Then, what was the point of pretending all this time? What do I know? Gu Changa smiled faintly and asked in return, I remember you once said that if you knew the identity of the inheritor of the demonic art, you wouldn't let them live in this world. Su Chinga's eyes were slightly red and her voice was trembling. She thought of the time in the Immortal Academy when she almost exposed her identity and was questioned by the elders. However, Gu Changa chose to believe her without any reason. From then on, she decided to hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic art forever and never let Gu Changa know, even until the moment of her death, because she didn't want to see Gu Changa's disappointed expression. However, she didn't expect that in the end. Not only did Gu Changa know her true identity, but he also thought of ways to cover up her tracks and solve the problem of her identity being exposed. This was no longer something that could be described as simple kindness. When Gu Changa heard this, he shook his head lightly. He knew that Su Chinga was going to tell him the truth. After all, she was so smart that she could guess all the reasons from the assassination of the little Zhanqian. It was meaningless to keep hiding it. It seems that you still remember this sentence. Gu Changa's face was calm and casual, but the light in his eyes suddenly became somewhat deep. Su Chinga lowered her eyes and said with pain and guilt, I'm sorry that I let you down. She didn't know whether Gu Changa was angry or sighing. Do you want me to kill you now? Gu Changa asked faintly. When Su Chinga heard this, she felt a little bitter and relieved inexplicably. She knew that her guess was right. From the beginning to the end, Gu Changa was just playing along with her. If you want to kill me, you won't let me live until now. Su Chinga took a deep breath to calm herself down and answered, Oh, you are so confident. You should know that there are many people who want to kill you now. Do you think I'm different from them? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. I didn't kill you before because you were Ji Qingxian, but now you are the inheritor of the demonic arts, Su Qing'e. Hearing this, Su Qing'e shook her head. Her eyes were a little red. She lowered her head and said, You are different from others. Others will kill me, but you won't. Her tone was very persistent, without the slightest emotion. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill her, why would he cover up her traces and send people to assassinate the little Zhanxian? Do you think I don't want to kill you? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He suddenly reached out his hand and pinched her white and delicate neck. Su Qing'e was not worried at all. She shook her head and said softly, If you really want to kill me, I won't have any complaints. Maybe it's the best ending for me to die in your hands. She begged for fresh flowers. She was telling the truth. All these years of hiding had made her very tired. If she could die quietly like this, it would be a kind of relief. Well, I'm not a cold and heartless person. You came with me from the lower world. I can't shirk the responsibility that you became like this. Gu Chang'e seemed to sigh softly and let her go. Whether you are the inheritor of the demonic arts or an ordinary cultivator, it's all the same to me. No matter what my identity is, I've always been your maid. This has never changed. Su Qing'e's eyes were a little red. She knew how much Gu Chang'e had to sacrifice to spare her life. After all, once her identity was exposed, Gu Chang'e would be greatly implicated, which would have a great impact on him. The whole Kunwu city was in an uproar because of the assassination of the little Zhanxian. The news that Gu Chang'e planned to invite many young geniuses to a banquet at star-picking Tower the day after tomorrow to discuss how to rescue the human ancestor, Ji Shengqiu, also spread like wildfire, causing a huge sensation. Many cultivators and living beings were shocked. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to really plan to attack Mount Kuan with the Ji clan to rescue Ji Shengqiu. This made everyone admire him. But at the same time, they felt that this matter was not simple. After all, Gu Chang'e's action was equivalent to inviting the descendants of the various clans to go together. However, it went without saying how dangerous Mount Kuan was. Even the supreme beings had to be careful. If the other young supreme beings stepped into it, wouldn't it be equivalent to courting death? Gu Chang'e personally invited us, and he's still standing on the righteous side of rescuing the human ancestor. Even if we don't go, we have to go. If we don't go, it's more or less unreasonable. He's directly putting everyone on the fire to roast. Many of the famous figures of the older generation couldn't sit still. If they refused, it would not only affect the momentum of the many young geniuses who were showing off their abilities, it was more likely that it would frustrate their Tao hearts. Although the trip to Mount Kuan was dangerous, Gu Chang'e, as the leader of the younger generation, had already taken the lead and disregarded life and death. If the others chose to retreat in fear, what would that mean? Six-crowned king, heavenly phoenix maiden, heavenly demon lord, little saint king, golden cicada Buddha. Many young supreme beings received the invitation and became extremely silent. From the perspective of the righteous side of the upper realm, they had no reason to refuse. Damn it, Gu Chang'e is planning to force us to go to Mount Kuan. His intentions are terrible. Little War Fairy, and she and the others also received the invitation, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They thought that after surviving this disaster, they would regain a period of peace. However, who would have thought that Gu Chang'e would set a second trap? In order to prevent Little War Fairy from refusing because of her injuries, Gu Chang'e even specially ordered someone to send over healing pills to express his concern for Little War Fairy after she was assassinated. Such an action was tantamount to slapping them in the face, making them feel humiliated. The person who tried to assassinate me was definitely sent by Gu Chang'e. Now he's even pretending to be kind and send over healing pills. How hateful! Even with Little War Fairy's indifferent state of mind, her face was pale at this moment. She clenched her fists and touched her injuries again, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ordinary. Chapter 566. In the palace, the little war immortal turned blue and then turned pale. He was so angry that his eyes looked like they were going to shoot fire. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath after a good while. What should we do? Don't we have a choice to refuse? Gazing at the invitation in front of her, and she asked with a sullen expression. Of course. She didn't want to get involved in this trip to Mount Kuan. No one knew what they would run into there. Besides, the sects didn't have anything to do with the JS. Even if they wanted to save Ji Shengchu, it had nothing to do with them. Why should she get involved in this at such a critical moment? We can only take one step at a time. If we refuse, Gu Chang'e will have an excuse to attack us. We can't let him succeed. The little war immortal said in a deep voice, glancing at Shi, Jiang Qin, Niu Tian, and the others. His words silenced Jiang Qin and Niu Tian. As a matter of fact, they had already planned to leave. However, at such a critical moment, Gu Chang'e probably wouldn't let them leave safely. I've always been curious. Why is Gu Chang'e always against you? And she suddenly asked after a moment of silence, because she recalled the shock on the little war immortal's face at the Divine Stone Convention. Although the little war immortal had brushed it off casually, her instinct told her it wasn't so simple. It's a big deal. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e will definitely try his best to kill us if we alert him. By then his methods will definitely be more horrible and crazy than the assassins he sent this time. The little war immortal looked unprecedentedly serious. He asked everyone in the palace to leave as he spoke, leaving only Jiang Qin and the others. In his opinion, everyone here had a grudge against Gu Chang'e. They would learn about this sooner or later. Seeing the little war immortal so serious, and she and the others also became serious, they pricked up their ears to listen carefully, afraid they would miss a word. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else. And she nodded and promised. The little war immortal took a deep breath. Then he told them how he had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method. Thanks to the Doctrine Protector's timely appearance, he was saved. However, he was also heavily injured because of this, his source almost shattering. During that incident, he had used his innate eye ability to see the true face of the inheritor of the demonic arts. You're saying that the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually someone close to Gu Chang'e? Hearing this, and Shi's expression changed drastically. She suddenly understood many things. Her expression became very pale, and she even felt a chill run down her back. She was terrified. She could feel her voice trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Qin and Niu Tian hadn't expected to hear such shocking news, either. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their eyes were wide open, and their scalps were numb. Yes, the inheritor of the demonic arts is actually one of Gu Chang'e's people. I can guarantee that. And it's that maid who has always been by Gu Chang'e's side. Little War Immortal took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew how incredible this was and how many people were involved. Once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a great disturbance in the upper realm, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I see. No wonder the inheritor of the demonic arts escaped from Gu Chang'e so many times. That's why. It took Shi a long time to calm herself down and figure out all the rumors she had heard. She couldn't help but feel scared. If the Little War Immortal hadn't told her, she wouldn't have had the nerve to think that way. What was Gu Chang'e up to? The inheritor of the demonic arts, who could frighten the upper realm, was actually his maid? And Shi's face turned a little pale. She suddenly regretted being Gu Chang'e's enemy. It was hard to guess what such a person was thinking. Don't tell anyone about this. Before we have enough evidence, if Gu Chang'e knows about this, we'll definitely be killed. The Little War Immortal warned them again in a low voice. Sometimes the more one knew, the better. He even regretted that he hadn't kept calm at the Divine Stone Convention and showed his unusual behavior. And she nodded. She knew this was a big deal. If it was leaked, it would bring them a great disaster. Before they had enough evidence, even if they told anyone about this, it wouldn't work. Very few people would believe them. We got it. Jiang Chen and Niu Tian glanced at each other. They both fell silent. Jiang Chen thought of Xiao Ruoyin immediately. He felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts master. This was totally beyond his imagination. So, where did the inheritor of the demonic arts come from? He was a little scared. He suddenly thought of the black-robed old man who had given him the demonic arts. This was too dreadful. Didn't all the disasters the inheritor of the demonic arts had caused over the years happen under Gu Chang'e's watch? Or with his acquiescence? Young miss, this is bad. Miss Yen intercepted the drop of hidden immortals, genuine blood you sent to the ancestral star to get. At this moment, a servant of the race outside the hall suddenly came up in a panic. He reported in a trembling voice. What? And she turned pale. Her eyes opened wide. It was the first time she had been frightened by Yen. She couldn't believe it. How dare Yen? How did she do it? And she almost gnashed her teeth in anger. This younger sister, who she had never taken seriously since she was a child, had intercepted her drop of hidden immortals, genuine blood. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. This kind of behavior was tantamount to making her already bad situation even worse, making it even more difficult. According to the rules of the race, Yen was certainly qualified to fight for the drop of hidden immortals, genuine blood in the ancestral star. However, and she hadn't expected Yen to take advantage of her absence to do such a thing. She had intercepted her item on the way. She flew into a rage. She wished she could go back to the race right away to solve this problem. However, the matter in front of her made her unable to leave. When the matter in Kunwu City is settled, I will make that damn girl regret it. And she's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Kunwu City was in an uproar because of the Ji family's imminent attack on Mount Kun. Jiaxing Lu was located in the northernmost corner of Kunwu City. It was named after the meaning of being able to pluck the stars. The entire Jiaxing Lu was extremely grand and ancient. It was built with immortal stones. The pavilion was brilliant, and the light of treasures flickered. Immortal mist rose everywhere. It was incomparably gorgeous, as if an ancient, immortal building was located in the mortal world. As the place where Gu Chang'e had invited many young supremes, it was particularly lively today. At the entrance of Jiaxing Lu, many cultivators were welcoming guests. Even many of the older generation powerhouses had come to join in the fun. Although the top young generation of the entire upper realm had not gathered today, most of them had come. Every young prodigy had precious splendor flowing on their bodies. They walked like dragons and tigers, and the top of their heads was filled with sparkling light. Their spiritual power was very strong. Behind them were many attendants or followers. After all, to be invited by Gu Chang'e meant that they were at least the successors of the imperishable great sections. Their identities were indescribable. In the future, they would be the best candidates to lead the imperishable great sections. Their futures were limitless. The heavenly phoenix maiden is here. Suddenly, a series of exclamations sounded outside Jiaxing Lu. Not far away, a divine rainbow descended from the sky. It was as if a divine phoenix had spread its wings, dazzling and astonishing. A tall young woman walked over. Her red hair was like fire, and she had a cold and noble aura. It was the ancient freak, the heavenly phoenix maiden. After she arrived, she was quickly led into the building by the servants outside. Behind the heavenly phoenix maiden, the other young supremes, such as Six-Crown King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and others also crossed the void and came one after another. They were followed by many followers, looking extremely formal and cautious. To be honest, not many people were willing to attend today's banquet. However, if they did not come, it would be not giving Gu Chang a face, and it would also be not considering the safety of the upper realm. Wearing such a big hat would have a great impact on their reputation. It seems that everyone's feelings are the same as mine. Six Crowned King smiled and glanced at Golden Cicada Buddha, Sky Demon Monarch, and the others. Brother Jun Yao, why do you say that? Sky Demon Monarch shook his head. Seeing that almost all the young Supremes in Kunwa City had rushed over, he was relieved. Seeing this, he felt much better in his heart. Haha, Gu Changa wants to force us to enter Mount Kuan. It's extremely dangerous, and there's a risk of losing our lives. He's powerful, comparable to those who have achieved the Tao, but won't we just be courting death if we go in? His intentions are murderous. On the other side, the burly little sacred king walked over and sneered. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Everyone, let's talk to Gu Changa later. Golden Cicada Buddha put his palms together and shook his head gently. In terms of righteousness, rescuing the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shangchu, was the responsibility of the many orthodoxies in the upper realm. As his descendants, it was even more difficult for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Not to mention, during this process, Gu Changa had taken the lead. His actions made it difficult for everyone to retreat, and they could not find a reason to do so. Soon, under the guidance of the servants in front of the tower, everyone slowly entered Jiaxing Tower. A banquet had already been prepared, and many beautiful maids were serving dishes and wine on the table. They seemed to have been waiting for them for a long time. Here, Sky Demon Monarch and the others saw many old acquaintances. They were the best of the younger generation, and it was difficult to find a match for them. The Ji family's siblings, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwa, were among them. At the head of the table, Gu Changa had not arrived yet, which made their expressions even more gloomy. Everyone, don't be anxious. Our young master is on his way. An old man dressed like a butler with a face full of wrinkles said with a smile. He seemed to have noticed the dissatisfaction of Sky Demon Monarch and the others, so he explained. As soon as they saw this old man, everyone in Jiaxing Tower narrowed their eyes slightly. They were shocked, and they did not dare act as casually as before. An accomplished doctrine. This old man dressed like a butler had an unfathomable cultivation, and there was the energy of the sovereign realm flowing around him. Apparently, he was also an accomplished doctrine. They were shocked. They could not figure out who this old man was. Was he a butler or the Gu family's ancestor? At this moment, they heard some noises outside Jiaxing Tower again. Little Warlord and Shi Jiangqin and the others were led here by the servants. However, compared to before, Little Warlord looked pale, as if he had not recovered from his serious injuries. Greetings, Doctrine Brothers. Little Warlord forced himself to smile and saluted Sky Demon Monarch and the others. Brother Warlord, it seems that you have not recovered from your injuries. Looks like the assassin that day was not a small matter. Seeing Little Warlord in such a state, people felt pity for him. After all, he had just been attacked by a demonic method inheritor, and now he had been attacked by an assassin. It was said that he had been seriously injured. Many people were also curious about who Little Warlord had offended. He had almost been killed by an assassin on the second day after the Divine Stone Convention. They had not heard of any of the other young Supreme Venerables who had encountered such a thing. Little Warlord said with a bitter smile, "Thank you for your concern, Doctrine Brothers. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after some rest." As he spoke, his heart was a little gloomy. He looked ahead, but did not see Gu Changa's figure. "Oh, is everyone here?" While the young Supreme Venerables were talking in low voices, a gentle voice suddenly came from the head of the table. People looked over and saw Gu Changa in a black robe. He was tall and straight. His black hair was shining. His facial features were handsome, and he was smiling. They did not know when he had appeared on the table, and she could not help but feel scared when she had heard his voice, but she forced herself to stay calm. "In Mei, Su Chinga, and others were standing behind Gu Changa. They were standing there quietly with their hands behind their backs. They were so beautiful that they looked like jade sculptures. Jiang Qin and Niu Tian sized Su Chinga up calmly. They were very cautious. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the ruthless inheritor of demonic methods who had wreaked havoc in the upper realm was such a beautiful woman. "Greetings, young Lord Changa." The monarch of celestial monsters, six-crowned king, golden cicada Buddha son, and others were shocked. They had not sensed when Gu Changa had arrived. "Brother Warlord, I heard that you were attacked by an assassin the day before yesterday. You were seriously injured. I sent many healing herbs to you, but they didn't seem to work." Gu Changa smiled. He told the others not to be so polite. He looked at Little Warlord with interest. He seemed to be very concerned about his injuries. Little Warlord had not expected Gu Changa to say that to him in front of so many people. He felt even more gloomy. He clenched his fists. But on the surface, he still showed a wry smile and explained, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Changa. The healing medicine you sent is not of much help to my injury, but this injury is not a big problem. I will be fine after a period of recuperation." This was the excuse he had prepared for a long time. He was preparing himself for refusing to enter Mount Kuan. He was not stupid. He knew once he left Kunwa City and entered Mount Kuan, he would definitely die. In that kind of place, if Gu Changa wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant.